Morning, honorable members and officials from the Department of Education. We welcome you to Scopa Vote 5 follow-up hearings. According to the rules of the legislature, in the absence of a chairperson who is actually present through virtually. Yesterday, when we left the meeting, she was not well and she thought maybe by the morning today she'd be okay, but she's still not okay. However, she is logged through the MS Teams. She's present in a meeting, but however, to show respect to the Department of Education, since they are here physically, we'll opt to have a physical chairperson of the meeting. So hence, I'm going to request members to nominate a chairperson of the day who is going to lead this hearing. So, Honorable Zulu.
Chair Kashana, may I nominate Honorable KK Nkosi as our chair for the day? Yamlahl Kapis.
Thank you, Baba Zulu. Any seconder? Honorable Rogers.
Yeah, I just want to get the day over, so I'll second KK as chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. In that case, I will request Honorable Nkosi to take his seat so that he can lead the proceedings. Thank you.
You must just be fast.
Good morning, honorable members of the Scopa. We are welcomed to this hearing, which is the continuation of the work that we were doing yesterday. We also wanted to welcome the honorable members of the Education Portfolio Committee, and I hope they have all joined, including the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Sonjita, and his team. We also wanted to welcome the officials of the government, both the Education Portfolio Committee and the Finance, I like the Finance Portfolio Committee, and those of the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal. So we, as the secretary of our committee has indicated, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee has joined virtually together with other colleagues. So we wanted to move on the apologies. The secretary of the Scopa indicated that Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee is feeling unwell, but she is connected. So that's the apology that we received. Secretary, can you confirm if there are any other apologies?
No other apologies, Chair.
Thank you very much. On the constitution of the meeting, we wanted to confirm that the meeting is correct.
Chairperson?
Who sounds like the MEC for Education? That voice sounds like that voice. Yes, Honorable MEC.
Thank you, and good morning to you, Chair and honorable members. Chair, may I indicate that I am connected virtually, but I will request that probably when the other commitment, when it's the time for the other commitment, I'm allowed to step out of the meeting. But in the meantime, I will remain connected. I'm sure the chair is aware of the other commitment that I need to address. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I was just checking, I was seeing your officials that they were going to table your apology, but they couldn't because we are present in the meeting. So we are moving on with our agenda. We would want the officials of our government, those who are going to respond to questions, to take an oath, where they will be giving us their names, the positions they are holding in the Department of Education, where they are going to swear that they were going to tell the truth and nothing else but the truth, and request God to assist them to tell the truth or take the affirmation. So I want to start with the officials of the department. I don't want to claim that I know them, but I should know them. I spent 25 years in that department. Can we start with you, Mapoloba?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And let me also greet the honorable members of the committee. My name is Nkosinathi Ngobo. I'm the newly appointed head of Department of Education. I swear that what I will speak here is the truth and the truth only. So help me God.
Very much. I didn't hear very well the position that you are holding in the department.
Appointed on the 1st of March as the head of Department of Education in KZN.
Congratulations, Mapoloba. You are no longer loyal to me. We grew up together in the township, and you did not inform me, and I'm learning now. I could hear that you are something different from what you were before. No, thank you very much. Congratulations, Mapoloba. We hope that you are going to steer our Department of Education to the right direction. So can we get to the next official?
Good morning to Chair, Honorable MEC, Honorable members, Honorable Chair. I just want to indicate, just as we welcome our new HOD, I would like to have a moment of silence for our ex-HOD who passed on. A moment of silence if we can, Chair.
You take the oath first.
My name is Lalsing Rambaran, the CFO. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
The next official.
My name is Weziwe Hatebe. Oh, good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. Sorry. My name is Weziwe Hatebe. Swear to speak the truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Hatebe. Yeah, Tulan, yes, can you check what is wrong with that mic, where the latest, but you can use the CFO's mic.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC, Honorable members. Ntokozo Maphumulo, the Director for Legal Services. I swear to speak the truth, nothing else but the truth, so help me God.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, Honorable members, HOD. I'm LS Chetty. I affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
The other official who is connected who wanted to take the oath, if HOD, you can mention those that you know that they will be part of your team in response to the issues.
She's connected.
Honorable Chair, I know that Ms. Mbali Tusi is attending. I'm not sure whether she has technical problems, but I know that she is in attendance. She is representing the corporate services branch because Advocate Nasugu is on a work assignment in Pretoria.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Bali Tusi. I promise to speak the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. I hope this is the team that was assigned. I noted the CFO's request. I would want to check if there would be any announcement that would be made by the MEC, because he's part of the meeting. So in terms of our procedure, we allow the MEC to make remarks. So we are inviting you, Honorable Mshengu, to make any remarks that you feel you should make.
Thank you so much, Chair, and greetings to you and all other honorable members, colleagues from the department, led by Mapoloba. Maybe as a way of starting, Chair, I do want to officially announce that the department has since appointed Mr. G.N. Ngobo as the head of department with effect from the 1st of March. Mr. Ngobo succeeds the late Dr. Nzama, which is the second point, Chair, that I want to raise, that we have unfortunately lost Dr. Nzama on Sunday morning due to illness. Colleagues will recall that while Dr. Nzama had retired, but he left the department, I think, about 2 months earlier before retirement because of ill health. He has really been battling with health since then, and leading to his demise. So I will then allow the chair to guide us if he allows the moment of silence now or probably after I've spoken. It's a decision that the chair will guide us on.
No, colleagues, can we allow the MEC to finish, and then we are going to open the space as the CFO and the MEC are requesting.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. Chair, I will not be long. Safe to say, we are here as a department, obviously, to account on the work that we do, particularly on the specific areas that we were requested to make a presentation on. One around the findings of the Auditor General and how we are performing in terms of attending to issues raised by the Auditor General, including avoiding a recurrence of certain findings that were made. As the chair will notice from the presentation that we are indeed hard at work to make sure that the findings of the Auditor General are attended to expeditiously, and including some of the things that were really not picked up by the AG but were picked up by ourselves internally, which we are also attending to, with the aim, obviously, of presiding and running a department that will be able to perform at an expected standard and level in compliance with all the available prescripts and regulations. So that will be apparent, Chair, in the report. There may be things, for example, that will be clear that they will not be solved immediately, but at least there are processes that have been set in motion to make sure that we attend to those issues, because we don't intend to have issues that are raised with us not attended to. So that will be the first part, Chair. The second part will be around the findings of the Special Investigating Unit, the SIU, which also forms part of the report. I think there are 2 points here that I want to make. In fact, there are about 3. The first one is to reaffirm our commitment to implementing all the findings made by the SIU in relation to the procurement of the PPE in the main. We thought we need to give that comfort to the Scopa to say all the findings are being implemented. The second point, Chair, is that in the process of this implementation, there are challenges that we face in relation to the speed with which we want to finalize these cases. Some of them indeed have been finalized, as will be seen in the report, but the majority of them, Chair, we are worried about the pace in terms of finalizing or getting these cases concluded. And the frustration is emanating from two aspects, Chair. The first one is that as a department and as part of cost-cutting measures, we opted to move away from using lawyers to run our disciplinary processes, unless the case is really complicated such that it will require such expertise. But we have taken a stance that the first point of departure will be to use colleagues in government who have been trained through the Office of the Premier as presiding officers as well as presenters to run our cases. Now, we are finding it difficult really to pin them into our preferred dates to conclude these cases. And it's taking a bit of time, Chair, really to get cooperation from the colleagues. The HOD has written to the Director General to raise the concern that the people whom we got from the Premier's office to preside and present on these cases are really not helping us in terms of time. The pace is too slow, Chair, and it's a frustration because it has a potential of giving an impression that we are not serious as a department insofar as the findings of the Auditor General, of the SIU is concerned. So that letter has been sent to the DG, and we are hoping that there will be a positive response insofar as that aspect is concerned. But the second part, Chair, will be from the people who are charged, who continue to request endless postponements of their cases, others presenting doctors' notes that they are not well, hence they can't attend on a date set for the hearing. It's one thing also. It's one aspect that is also causing delays in this regard. But having said that, Chair, it doesn't remove or water down the commitment that we have in ensuring that the findings of the SIU are implemented, and those who are found to be on the wrong side of the law are actually met with concomitant consequences. So that's the point, Chair, that I wanted to clarify and put it forward before even the presentation, because we are aware that obviously as matters do get turned into a political football, we thought that it is important that we also clarify our stance as Department of Education. There is one point, Chair, which I do also want to clarify, which has also been in the media space, emanating from the report that the SIU sent to the President, updating him about the progress in relation to the cases in all the provinces. As colleagues will know, that the report does indicate that indeed there are cases that have been finalized. There are cases that are in the process. But then there was one issue which the SIU indicated that as an executive authority, I wrote to them disagreeing with the finding and actually asking them to review that particular finding. Now, because we're in this platform, Honorable Chair, it's important to give proper context of my letter to the SIU and the position which I still hold as stand. Chair, one of the findings of the SIU, and it's the only finding that I took issue on relates to the procurement of spray pumps. Now, the Scopa, as well as the portfolio committee and the public at large, will recall that in 2020, when we opened schools for the first time under COVID-19, the sector embarked on an extensive consultation about how or under what conditions should we open schools. And based on that consultation, there was what we called non-negotiable in the sector. And those non-negotiables were not only applicable to the province of KwaZulu-Natal, but they were non-negotiables that had to be complied with by all provinces. They were agreed to by all sectors in the sector, Department of Education, the unions, the SGPs, including other health aspects that were consulted. Now, amongst these non-negotiables was a point that we needed to clean our schools on a daily basis. And I'm sure, Honorable Chair and members will recall that that was the first time we were opening schools without experience, but we also had to deal with the anxiety of the learners, the educators, as well as the parents, and ensure that when learners present themselves to schools, they are presenting themselves under a conducive and safe environment. So the issue of cleaning and sanitizing schools every day was part of those non-negotiables. Now, what then happened, Chair, was that in the implementation of that point in particular, because each and every school had to comply with the non-negotiables. And the Chair and honorable members will recall that even when we had open schools, by the way, even now, Chair, you still get calls from honorable members and members of the society that no, schools are not cleaned, they are not sanitized, and all of those things. Now, in the implementation of that, we then agreed as a Department of Education that in order for us to save money, we're not going to outsource the function of cleaning schools. We're going to procure necessary equipments and all that is necessary to clean schools, procure it from the side of the department, and then ask the SGPs and schools to appoint local people to clean schools on a daily basis, and those people were to be paid at a flat rate. And that's the decision that we took based on the fact that we needed to save as much money as possible. And our view was that outsourcing will be costly to the department. Other provinces opted to outsource. I'm sure, Chair, you will also know the issue of Gauteng and other provinces who outsourced the function of cleaning schools and the attendant problems that resulted from that decision. Now, Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal opted to buy these spray pumps and coveralls and then appoint local people through SGPs, pay them at a flat rate, and we still believe that saved a lot of money from the department. Now, in the process of that, we were engaging with the provincial treasury to advise us on the processes that we needed to follow in procurement under the emergency, but also Department of Health was engaged to make sure that they sent someone to basically quality assure the products that we were procuring. Not only the spray pumps, but the sanitizers and all these other things, the mask, to make sure that they met the standard before we procure. Department of Health gave us one lady who's an assistant director to perform that function. Now, the problem, Chair, starts when this assistant director from Department of Health goes beyond what she was asked to do, which was to quality assure the products that we were procuring. She then says to us, you don't need to clean schools. Therefore, you don't need to procure these spray pumps. We differed with her and say, but there's a national decision agreed to by all stakeholders in the sector that schools must be cleaned on a daily basis. And to save cost, we have decided that we are not going to outsource this function. Rather, let's procure the material and appoint people pay them at a flat rate. This lady continues to say, no, you don't need to clean schools. In terms of the health protocols, there is no need to clean schools. So you don't need to buy these spray pumps. We differed with that because if we did not procure them, schools were not going to be cleaned, and we're not going to be able to open a single school in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And that would have spelled a disaster, not only for the province, but for the whole country. So we proceeded to say, no, by the way, you are sent here to quality assure what we are procuring. You don't have a mandate to change a national decision to clean schools. You don't have that mandate. Now, the SIU, when it is doing its work, Chairperson, it then says, Department of Education, you procured what was not necessary based on the advice of this assistant director from the Department of Health, but also the spray pumps were not listed as items, COVID-19 items under Note 5, or procurement, Treasury Note 5, which was, I think, the first instruction note to guide us on the procurement of COVID-19 essentials. Now, the point that the department makes is that, one, the Note 5 was not exhaustive. And therefore, Treasury could not have anticipated what will be the discussion in the education sector. Treasury, in issuing that note, could not have anticipated that for the sector to operate, it will agree on these non-negotiables. And it will, in our view, Chair, it will not have been possible for Treasury to anticipate how each and every sector will respond in terms of operating under the COVID-19 conditions. So the Note 5 could not have been exhaustive in terms of listing all the items that were necessary per sector to operate as in the schools in our case. So that's the first point we raised. But the second point that we raised with the SIU is that this lady, the assistant director, acted beyond the duties or her powers. He was not supposed, and he had no duty to tell us what to procure and not what to procure, let alone changing the decision that is agreed to by the sector. But the SIU proceeds to find that such procurement was irregular, and as an MEC, I must then discipline the officials who were involved in the procurement of the spray pumps. Now, what the SIU chair does not find, is that there were irregularities in the procurement of these spray pumps. The SIU does not make that finding. Because had they made the finding that there were irregularities in the procurement process, definitely I will not have a problem. But my problem starts when I'm supposed to discipline officials for implementing the decision of the sector. And that's where we disagree. The minister had written a letter, the DG, to say the KZN Department of Education procurement of spray pumps was in line with the national decision. And we have that letter from head office. So I wrote to Advocate Motibi to say I have a problem with this finding. We are even supported by the national. Because with clear conscience, Chair, I cannot move to discipline officials for implementing a lawful decision that was taken by the sector. So I write to Advocate Motibi saying that. He then responds and refers me to the provincial head of the SIU in the province. The meeting with the provincial head of the SIU, Mr. Kosai, was arranged. We raised these matters with him in a meeting. We have a discussion, and eventually he says, look, I understand, but the issue that we have made a finding, and it's up to you whether you implement that finding or not. As SIU have made the finding, the matter is concluded from our side. So they are sort of, they've concluded their processes. So now it's up to me as an MEC to then decide whether to implement their recommendation or not. Now, the difficulty with that position, Chair, is that when I don't implement, I will then be accused of not taking serious the SIU, or even, people have nefarious intentions. They may even say I'm hiding something. Probably I benefited personally from the procurement of these spray pumps, which I did not. But the second challenge is that how do I proceed to discipline officials for implementing a decision of a department and the sector as a whole. It means the officials in future will have no reason and will have a justification never to implement any other decision that we take, because they will know that when they do so, and then when somebody finds that they implemented something in their view which was not correct, we then have to discipline them. And that is the challenge, Chair, that I have. I have since requested a legal opinion on this matter. The senior counsel have been engaged with an undertaking that will get a legal opinion in the first week of April, which will then indicate what will be the recourse, at least for the MEC who is faced with this dilemma. I have to respect the findings of the SIU. I have to protect my image as an MEC, because I also don't want to be accused of protecting officials or hiding anything that was untoward. But on the other side, I have to protect the officials who implemented a decision of the department, not Department of Education in KZN alone, but the whole sector. And the point here which I wanted to underline is that the SIU's finding is not that there were irregularities. It says we implemented a decision that we actually were not supposed to implement, based on the position of an assistant director from Department of Health, who was not basically asked to do that. Now, Chair, I thought I needed to explain that in detail, so that Scopa can have a clear understanding of the position that I've assumed as an MEC in relation to only this finding, Chair, only this finding. And I am awaiting the legal advice, which will then help me to say, how do I handle this matter going forward? It's the only finding, Chair, that I'm having a challenge with. The rest, Honorable Chair, as we'll see in the report, they are being implemented. Some cases have been finalized, others are in the process. Chair, because I've taken time to explain this one, I will request that I don't deal with other matters. I'm sure in the next meeting, probably we'll have another opportunity to engage on other matters that pertain to the work of the department. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, for your remarks. There was a request that we observe the moment of silence in honor of the late HOD for the Department of Education. May we do so, honorable members? Osimuphe umphumela wafuthi nokukhanya kwaphakade kumkhanyele aphumule ngobuhle. Amen. Thank you very much, honorable members. Colleagues, we are thanking the MEC for official and the CFO for officially relaying the news of the late Dr. Nzama. Condolences to the Nzama family and his former colleagues in the education department. So we wanted to move to the second item of the issue that we want to comment on. We have been reliably informed that Ntokozo Nzuza is the new official of the AG stakeholder liaison officer after Mr. Landela. So can Ntokozo show his or her face if he or she is connected? You know why I'm saying he or she? Ntogozos are both male and female. I know of Ntokozo Kono is a male. I know of Ntokozo Nkosi, my third-born daughter, is a girl. So that's what I know. I know many Ntogozos who are males and those who are females. Can Ntokozo show his or her face, please? Because we'll be liaising with this one as members of the state of Scopa. No, that's fine. It means that he's not connected, but we'll meet him or her in future. Then the third issue that we want to move on now.
I'm sorry, Honorable.
Oh, siyabonga Ntokozo. Siyabonga Ntokozo. Oh, uyafana noNtokozo wakaNkosi. She's
I
like,
am Nkosi as well. Konzuza is my my maiden is Nkosi. So
okay,
Gasha
Togozo.
Kanzuza.
Thank you, Mshazi. Siyabonga kakhulu. Colleagues, HOD and the team. Honorable Kapisa, is your hand up, my leader?
Thanks, Honorable Acting Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues. Morning, MEC, HOD, and the Department of Education, and everybody else. Thanks, Chair. No, I just thought, Chair, you were going to give us the opportunity to also comment after this long comment by the MEC on this issue of the SIU. I don't know if you'll allow us to also maybe comment on it, on the MEC's comments.
Would request that we don't engage on that one. There are too many controversial issues that were raised there, and I am hopeful that the Education Portfolio Committee will deal with them. The issue are time constraints on our part. We have got only 2 hours for the engagement on this department. There is another hearing that will come after this one, Kapil. Luckily, you are the member of the Education Portfolio Committee. You will have a good time to engage on that one. I'm pleading because of time constraints, my lead. Now, colleagues, we are moving on. I was about to hand over to the newly appointed HOD, Mr. G.N. Ngobo. We had earlier on congratulated you, but we waited for the MEC to announce that. That's why you are not clear. I wanted to put you on the spotlight because I heard this morning that you are newly appointed. So, colleagues, we are requesting you, HOD and your team, when you are making the presentation, you don't deal with the resolve part. Our resolutions, we know them. So we would request that you go straight to your responses. And your responses are too many. There are about 20 resolutions that we took, including the transversal resolution. If you can speak to them, if you can, we'll highly appreciate that. As I've indicated to Honorable Kaula, that we have got time constraints. This hearing is allocated only 2 hours. So we would request HOD and your team to start the presentation. HOD.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. We will straight away go to the resolutions emanating from or coming from Scopa. Our CFO, Mr. Lalson Rambaran, is going to be leading us in terms of giving these responses to the resolutions.
Thank you, Chair, honorable members, HOD, honorable MEC. I'll start straight away with our audit findings that is on slide 4. As you know, honorable Chair, that the department has received an unqualified audit with findings. And on slide 4, it shows the outcome of the findings in terms of colors. I will ask my colleague to move to slide 4 as she is flighting it on the screen for the others to see. But if it is slow, Honorable Chair, can I continue in terms of time? The system could be slow in terms of flighting.
No, and don't worry, Sefo, don't worry about the flighting because we have your report.
Thank you.
As members of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. If our system is slow, but just carry on.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Moving on to the major findings for the department did receive the emphasis of matter, Honorable Chair, in terms of the provision for impairment of receivables, that is staff debts. And Honorable Chair, this was a finding that has been consistent for a number of years. The second finding was regarding the materiality or material uncertainty relating to financial sustainability. And here the Auditor General was concerned about the bank balance that the department had at the end of the year in terms of an overdraft of almost 836 million. The third matter of importance regarding the movement toward a cleaner audit was the audit finding on performance audit. And there the department received a qualified opinion on on what we've called a performance measure of 208, where the percentage of learners provided with English first additional language and mathematics textbooks in grades 3, 6, 9, and 12, where they have indicated that they were unable to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence for the achievement of 96% of the reported information against the planned target of 95%. Now, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, in terms of time, I would like to go to these resolutions. And in terms of the presentation, we have summarized it in terms of a PowerPoint presentation where on the left-hand side, we indicated the resolutions. And as you rightfully said, Honorable Chair, there were a number of resolutions that we had to respond to. And on the right-hand side will be the response. And moving on to the response regarding the major findings, that is in terms of resolution number 202, Honorable Chair, where it is dealing directly with the turnaround strategy and the questions asked by Scopa regarding the issue of staff deaths. Now, the first response was the committee wanted to know the age analysis of the staff deaths per district, and that has been provided on slide 11. And it has indicated that the department does have deaths from 0 to 1 year for 51 million, and from 1 to 3 years for 109 million, and over 3 years, 338 million, totaling deaths as at that period in time of 498 million rands. Now, the question was the reasons for failure of the department to recover these debts timeously. Honorable Chair and members, in terms of trying to collect these debts timeously, there were a number of reasons, and we have listed them. And one of the main reasons why the debts couldn't be collected in time was, if you look at slide 12, where it says additional reasons is as follows, bullet number 2, it says employees refuse to sign the acknowledgement of debt forms. Now, this, Honorable Chair and members, has been regarded as one of our major challenges, because one of the requirements to collect debt timeously was employees must sign an acknowledgement of debt. Now, we find that later on we will indicate how we're trying to overcome the challenge of this, where debts cannot be collected in time. But the other reasons why debts cannot be collected timeously was that employees could not be traced, although we have procured debt collectors. There were incorrect addresses updated in the system. and debts that are raised after employees have been terminated in terms of the then Tandile risk management, employees with fake qualifications abscond without signing any documents when they are found out, and debts that are raised for deceased employees' estate where the estate has been wound up. Also, the pension fund refuses to recover the debts from the employees' pension benefits. Now, these were the reasons, but the department has been working tirelessly in terms of addressing these issues, especially with the different reasons I have given. The third issue that Scopa raised is steps taken to implement consequence management against officials responsible for incurring these debts. Now, the department has already started or already issued warning letters, and warning letters have been issued to district directors whose districts have continued to accumulate more debts under their stewardship. Now, in terms, the district directors were expected to issue warning letters to staff below them, as well as after identifying who was responsible for these delayed termination. And as we have indicated previously, Chair, the main cause of these deaths was the terminations was not done timeously. Now, the next step was steps taken by the department to recover the losses. This, once again, Chair, will be implemented after disciplinary actions have been completed regarding those who are given those warning letters in terms of consequence management. The step 5, where the committee is asking what specific steps have the department taken to collect recoverable debts to prevent further losses and progress made in collection of these debts. Now, once again, Chair, we have indicated that we did appoint debt collectors as well as implementing the debt management policy to recover these debts. And as I indicated previously, the challenge of employees refusing to sign the acknowledgement of debt forms is being addressed as follows in terms of our turnaround strategy, especially on this aspect. Letters have been written to all officials who have not acknowledged debts to do so by 31st March 2022 this year, failing which the deduction will be implemented as per policy. Now, we have been very relaxed in collecting these debts previously. Now we are being aggressive, Honorable Chair and members, and staff will be given an opportunity in the letter to dispute the debt and specify reasons why we shouldn't be implementing what is stated in the policy without them acknowledging the debt. Also, the acknowledgement of debt letter should include a phrase stating that should the debt exist at the end of the employment, the money will be recovered from the pension fund. Now, Chair and honorable members, you must be asking what most probably is the CFO alluding to or what the department is alluding to. What we are alluding to is that because of policy, many of these colleagues have got away without paying the debts because they did not acknowledge the debts. Now we're being aggressive to say, if you don't acknowledge this debt by 31st March, we are going to deduct as per policy, which is around 25% of part of your salary in terms of the payment of these debts. So, and if you are going to retire or resign, we are going to deduct it from your pension fund. So whichever way, we don't have to wait now to, when you retire, take it from your pension fund, because we are now asking you to sign now before you retire so that you make means to pay off these debts timeously. Because some of these debts, Honorable Chair, are huge, and it will take a lifetime to collect it. And the amount that they have agreed to collect is very small. So therefore, we're now being aggressive to collect more than originally accepted by the colleagues. In terms of the progress made of acquisition of an electronic system to process staff terminations, leave calculations, and leave payouts. Honorable Chair, in terms of this implementation of this electronic system, which we have alluded to for a number of years, is now being implemented. And the proof of concept was conducted in the Zululand district. And we find that the benefits that's going to arise from this implementation of this electronic system will be that the terminations will be caught in time, so that the school principals or circuit managers or anyone involved in sending the information to the district to capture terminations on time would not be able to hide anymore, because we'll find that this system has a digital tracking system of where the documentations are, so that we can easily find out who was the person who caused the delay and implement consequence management immediately. There is an automated escalation to management of unprocessed documents, which we can follow. We have electronic signatures, SMS verification, digital backups of all documents, automated redirection of submissions in the absence of the recipient. And we find that there is no need now to drive for hours to send the documents to districts where they have to be captured. This can be done electronically. So the progress, Chair, we have already conducted, as we say, in virtually all the schools in the Zululand districts. And now we're moving on to extend the program to all other districts. And we have already procured 10,000 licenses to distribute to all the schools. There is almost 2 licenses per school, and including district offices. And we have given the implementation plan on slide 19, where this electronic system will be rolled out to all districts. And we would like to report maybe back to Scopa in July what is the impact of the system. And I am positive, Chair, together with our colleagues in MEC and HOD, that this system the return of investment on this system will really bear fruits, because, as you know, Chair, we have reported that we almost lose 20 million rand a quarter, on debts because of poor termination on time. So, and the last part of the turnaround strategy on this, Chair, is the effectiveness of steps taken in the interim to avoid new staff deaths. Here, once again, that warning letters are issued to persons identified causing the delay in the termination. For example, the circuit manager, capturers, and principals whoever is guilty are being given warning letters, and they will consequence management will be implemented. But together with this, Chair, in terms of advocacy and to ensure that all colleagues in the districts, etc., are up to speed of exactly what they are causing at the end of the tunnel in terms of, not producing this information of terminations and time. Workshops have been held with all 12 districts, and we have also given examples of the workshop held by the Ilembe districts in terms of a thorough, detailed workshop in terms of timelines, in terms of who is going to be held accountable, etc. And these examples are being implemented and workshops in all 12 districts, so that we have a proper hold of the issue of this escalating debts, and to curb it in the near future, Chair. So that is the total turnaround, especially on the emphasis of matter that the department has been receiving for the last 3 years, especially on these debts. Chair, can I move on to Resolution 203, where we're talking about the bank overdrafts? which was the other issue that the auditor picked up as one of the issues in terms of the department's monetary sustainability. Here, Chair, in terms of Resolution 203, we find that in order to reduce the bank overdraft, the department has engaged in reducing accruals over the years, implementing strategies on terminations on time because we do lose cash because of debts. Increase the debt recoveries in terms of, as we indicated, how we're going to collect more in terms of boosting the revenue and the bank account. Ensure that there's no underspend per vote and avoid surrender of cash, which does affect your bank account. And also, one of the other reasons, Chair, is that we did present a budget and the budget pressures to Cabinet on the huge budget cuts that the department did experience. And lastly, avoid unauthorized expenditure going forward. So that was one of the turnaround strategies, or some of the turnaround strategies, to ensure that we do reduce the overdraft going forward. The next question was, does the department pay interest on the overdrafts? Chair, the department as such does not pay interest because we do have a virtual bank account. But as I indicated in slide 25, due to the provincial treasury who manages the actual bank account, and the provincial treasury bank account has not been overdrawn for a number of years, and therefore no interest was paid by the department as such. The key drivers of the overdraft and steps taken, Chair, here once again we're saying some of the key drivers that does affect your cash flow in terms of managing your bank account are emergencies that come into being, especially storm damages, land transport, etc. Unfunded mandates by national DBE. Once again, I indicated accruals, and we have to ensure that budget versus expenditure is monitored on a bi-weekly Now, in terms of four measures implemented to improve the budget and cash flow management, here once again, Chair, we have implemented the cash flow management in the following way. We have reconciled the bank accounts on a monthly basis, track commitments and order analysis monthly, introduce budget blocking on the BAS system if we can, but it's still a challenge to introduce budget blocking on BAS system. It does pose some challenges, and inform provincial treasury and cabinet in advance of any major cash flow challenges like we had in the current year when there was huge budget cuts, Chair. So in terms of managing the bank overdraft in terms of Resolution 203, those were some of our turnaround strategies going forward. In terms of the third major issue that we had with the audit finding, I'll ask Dr. Lachman to take us through to Resolution 204 in terms of the only PPM that gave us a qualified opinion in terms of performance. But I must indicate, Chair, that previously we had a number of qualifications on PPMs, but in the last financial year, we only had one. And we are determined to ensure that going forward, we do not have, and we have an unqualified audit in terms of performance management. But I'll allow Dr. Lachman to quickly take us through the turnaround strategy regarding this PPM. Thank you.
Good morning once again, Chair and honourable members, HOD. Resolution 204, that's pertaining to the PPM related to LTSM. Chair, our response is founded in our audit turnaround implementation plan based on our gap analysis as well as the root cause analysis. The first response, the department has implemented corrective measures which include capacity building workshops, training on managing performance information, establishment of quality assurance teams to ensure data integrity, and guidance and support to schools on the management of performance information with special emphasis on proper record keeping. Management has reviewed indicator names and technical indicator descriptions to ensure that they are consistent with each other. Management has ensured that indicators and targets are well defined to ensure that the indicators are well managed, where data can be collected consistently and such data is supported by accurate evidence. Management has also set targets that are measurable and time-bound. The program managers for the indicators related to LTSM are closely monitored and supported by the strategic management team. Regular updates on LTSM processes are provided by managers concerned. Validation and verifications of performance information for all programs is ongoing. And then on the next slide, Chair, we just got the corrective measures. As we sit here, we have team members out in districts meeting with the district quality assurance teams to make sure that the data integrity is maintained at all times. Chair, I'm not going to read through that entire slide, but just to inform this gathering, this house, that the workshops are quite effective. We have comments on those workshops. Engagements are taking place at all levels, and support is given on an ongoing basis. And the strategic management team, unlike the past, has been adequately staffed so that we can do a regular monitoring and evaluation and assist managers on an ongoing basis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Lachman. Chair, moving on to resolution 205. Chair, I just seek to find your guidance in terms of there are certain resolutions that I may go faster because it is recurring, but I have discussed the three main resolutions in terms of affecting our audit, where we got an unqualified emphasis or an emphasis of matter, and then we've got a qualified opinion on PPM. But the rest of the resolutions in terms of its turnaround strategy, Chair, I seek your guidance in going a little faster because there's a number of them.
Yes, we'll appeal that you go faster because we have them as well on our side.
Thank you,
That's
Chair.
why we spoke about speaking to the report where possible.
Thank you, Chair. I think in terms of the first resolution, in terms of filling of posts, in terms of resolution 201, 201 is record keeping. We did indicate the turnaround strategies around record keeping, Chair. I just want to make sure that I cover all resolutions. There's resolutions 200 in terms of vacancies in senior management positions. I must indicate, Chair, that processes of filling 3 SMS posts have been finalized, but we do have a challenge where Treasury would not give us the permission to go ahead and advertise senior posts because, once again, they indicate that we do not have the funding for it. So we are liaising with the MEC for Treasury and going to seek permission through the Office of the Premier because these are critical posts, Honourable Chair. There's a post of almost 2 directors now of districts, and also there is the Director of Internal Control where she resigned because she has moved house to another province. So these are critical posts that we are seeking permission for in terms of that, but I wouldn't go into further filling of vacancies. I think we'll deal with that in terms of the education portfolio meeting. The resolution 204 is around we have dealt with 204. In terms of 205, Chair, it's regarding the material findings on procurement and contract management. Here, once again, it was mostly on the learner transport, where emergency learner transport had to be procured, and this was regarded as irregular expenditure. But going forward, we have put in processes in place and working with Department of Transport, ensuring that we use their database to procure learner transport going forward. In terms of Resolution 206, here, Chair, in terms of the material findings on expenditure management and consequence management regarding irregular expenditure for the current year of 330 million and prior years of 8.154 billion. Once again, there is a detailed analysis in terms of what is the department doing about it in terms of managing and condoning this expenditure. I must indicate, Chair, that in terms of the non-NSNP expenditure, the department has started the process of ensuring that all responsibility managers complete the determination test and implement consequence management where necessary, and we have given them till last year, November. And due to processes to be followed, we're expecting also responses by 31st March 2022, and thereafter they will be submitted for condonation. Now, Chair, there is a huge process when you have to condone irregular expenditure now, and you have to do a number of activities, and one of the main activities is you need to show value for money, and you need to implement consequence management before you send it to Treasury for condonation. Now, in terms of the prior year's irregular expenditure, in summary, Chair, 3.3 billion has been submitted to Treasury for condonation. And Treasury is going to sit, they have a committee and are going to sit one of these days to indicate to us whether we are successful in condoning that expenditure or not. The only thing that we do have is that Treasury wants the complete consequence management list to be implemented in terms of all those who have been sitting in the BEC meetings and BAC meetings. And we do have a challenge regarding finding all those colleagues. Some of them have resigned, some of them have passed away, because this has happened in 2013-14, Chair. But we are positive that Treasury is looking at it and will condone 3.3 billion of the NSNP irregular expenditure. The other 2 years are going to be submitted by end of this week, and they will look at it also positively because it has the same modus operandi in terms of being irregular, especially on the NSNP irregular expenditure. But I do have given the expected date of completion, Chair, for each one of those amounts in terms of local content, conflict of interest, and others where 3 quotes have not been given, no BEE certificate has been given, etc. Going on to Resolution 207, payment within 30 days. Yes, Chair, this is also a challenge in the department, but I must indicate that we have made major strides in ensuring that all NSNP suppliers are paid within 30 days. And Honorable Chair, as you know, that this was a major issue for the department for a number of years, where especially NSNP suppliers were not paid within 30 days, and it used to cause ripple effect where feeding could not be done timelessly in schools. But this has been now resolved, and we have a very tight process to ensure that NSNP supplies are paid within 30 days. But we still want to make further strides, especially in terms of challenges in paying infrastructure. Here we do have a bit of a hiccup where the invoices have to be verified. And when the verification of these invoices has to take place by the different colleagues for implementing agents, etc., it does slow or delay the process. But we have attached a strategy where we will try to fast track that invoices are verified for, especially infrastructure, because NSNP and infrastructure are the two main major expenditure that is part of our goods and services, etc., Chair. So we will take this seriously going forward, and obviously consequence management will be implemented where it has been discovered payments were not done purposely or due to the inefficiency of officials, Chair. Resolution 208 regarding consequence management, fraud not reported. Chair, regarding consequence management and all other issues regarding legal, I'll ask my colleague to go over it. Mrs. Mahulu.
Honorable Chair, Resolution 208 was also a finding from AG, where they picked up that there were 3 matters which were not reported to SEPS, whereas the allegations were involving an amount which was above 100,000, which is a requirement that we should report such matters to SEPS in terms of the Act. However, Chair, we have now reviewed our cases and our reports to establish if there are any matters which are above 100,000, and we have put in a strategy in terms of addressing all those matters which are above 100,000 that will require us to report. The matters that were identified by AG Chairperson, I can confirm that those matters have indeed now been reported, and we are following up with SEPS in terms of their actions regarding those matters. So for any other further matters that are beyond 100,000, Chair, we are in the process of also reporting them. In fact, we have agreed that we will, on a monthly basis, check our reports so that we are able to report those cases to SEP. Thank you, Chair. The CFO is requesting that I proceed with addressing the issues of forensic cases, which is resolution, in terms of the resolutions, it's resolution 212, where we have a report, Chairperson, in terms of our internal investigations. It's page 46 from our report. It's resolution 213, where we have a report. In our report for all the internal investigations, we have 70 cases that have been finalized and some of them have been closed due to the fact that the allegations were unfounded, and the others that have been finalized is that the investigations have been completed. After the investigations have been completed, where disciplinary action was required to be implemented, those matters have been sent to the employment relations section for them to implement. That is indicated in our report. And at the reporting stage, we only had 7 cases that were still in progress in terms of investigation. And we anticipate that all those investigations should be finalized by the 31st of March 2022 to finalize our report. The next resolution which affects legal services is Resolution 214, which refers to the SIU investigations. I'm fully aware that the MEC has touched on this as well. However, I just want to indicate, because it has been reported that there were 15 cases that the SIU had referred for action to be taken by the Department of Education. And when we analyzed those cases, we ended up coming with 11, because out of the 15, there were duplications. Some employees were implicated twice. So in all, we have 11 cases that we are currently dealing with. 2 of those cases have been finalized, as this is indicated in our report. And one of the cases, the employee has since retired as at end of January. And there are 2 matters, Chairperson, that we are currently working on suspensions. As per our meeting last week, when we analyzed these matters, there was a recommendation that 2 of the officials will have to be suspended immediately. So in all, Chairperson, 6 cases at the moment have been referred to the Office of the Premier, where we were advised that there is a pool of initiators who will be allocated these matters. And we have requested that they act swiftly and expeditiously so that we have these matters finalized by the end of April. So that is the report, Chairperson, I can give on all the SIU cases, which in terms of our report is Resolution 214 in terms of our report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mapumulu. I think in terms of Resolution 211, regarding the material irregularity on failure to timelessly deduct and pay over PAYE to SARS, Chair, I think we have had discussions with SARS. I know I have presented a number of slides regarding this, but SARS has verbally agreed that in the reconciliation process, they will refund us this money, but we need to have it in writing, and we need to see the proof of this money being paid back to the department. So this has been ongoing for quite a while, Chair, regarding where they have deducted 6 million from the bank account of the department. So we found that we had been able to prove to SARS that this was incorrect, and this will be resolved in the future reconciliations they have indicated. And we will bring back to Scopa proof where SARS has accepted the error and have corrected it. Regarding 212, the forensic investigations, I think this is confidential information, and we'll discuss it with the Scopa ad hoc committee. Have you completed it? Mrs. Mapumulu said she has indicated that. Chair, so I'm going to move on to 214 has been completed. I'm going to move on to 215. Regarding 215, Chair, there was unauthorized expenditure for 6.355 million on program 6. And as I indicated, that due to the 8% environment, and I have shown it in a table, it's a huge department, Chair, And during the course of the year, we try and monitor the expenditure so that we do environments in time, so that we do not incur unauthorized expenditure, where we move money from savings from one program to the next. But as you can see that at the end of the financial year, although we showed just a underspend of the NSNP grant, we were not able to move savings from other programs to program 6. And this has, due to the restriction of the 8% environment, we incurred the unauthorized expenditure. But going forward, Chair, we are monitoring and trying to ensure that the 8% environment or any other journal entries is done timelessly. But I must indicate, Chair, that it's a huge department with a huge budget, and this process is actually done manually. And if you compare it in terms of the private sector, you'll notice that in terms of private sector, you have, advanced systems and automated systems giving you early warning signals. But in government, unfortunately, we still do this manually, and it does impact on the human. There is partly human error, because at the end of the day, 6.355 million comparatively is a small amount, but it is it is regarded as unauthorized. So going forward, Chair, we're ensuring that we will try and avoid this kind of mistakes in terms of human error going forward. And I did indicate that why this 6.355 million became unauthorized, because, Chair, as you know, that invoices do come late in the financial year and they have to be verified. And we did indicate what was the reasons of these invoices coming late, and therefore it exceeded program 6, and we couldn't do the 8% environment in time. So therefore that unauthorized expenditure incurred. But as indicated, going forward, we have implemented control measures to ensure correct codes are used, budget versus expenditure is monitored monthly to mitigate any kind of overspend. And in terms of where, if found guilty, disciplinary action will be taken against people against staff that causes the unauthorized expenditure. Now, Chair, I did give the breakdown of unauthorized expenditure for the previous years, 2017-18, and indicated what was the cause of the unauthorized expenditure. But I must indicate, Chair, that Scopa did approve our unauthorized expenditure, and we did receive the money back in the department's coffers. So it has been gone to Scopa and accepted. So also regarding resolution 216, we have broken down the accumulated unauthorized expenditure over the financial years and gave explanation as why the unauthorized expenditure is incurred and how we are going to mitigate this going forward, Chair. Regarding, there's a detailed analysis, as I indicated, on all the accumulated balances of unauthorized expenditure. I'm going to not dwell too much on it. I'm going to go into 218. 218 is the finding of information on IT controls and IT systems. Help desk has been enhanced, and we have indicated there will be an additional field as recommended by the AG to ensure that this finding doesn't occur again. Also, there are more information on the IT controls, but I don't know, my colleague Imbali Tusi, you want to comment on Resolution 218?
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, as the CFO has indicated, the recommendation as per the finding made by the AG has been implemented, and the finding has been completed. Chair, I would not know if I can move on to the other findings relating to IT. Which would include finding 219. 219 here with regards to SASMs and the slowness in terms of how information is uploaded and is received at head office for integration. Chairperson, there is a national project that is currently underway, which is being handled by DBE as well as NECT to modernize the current SASMs. We are hoping that the plans will be finalized by August 2023. There is a bid process that has already started. And Chairperson, we are hopeful that we will be able to have a modernized, a faster and more effective SSMs by latest 2023. The current challenges that we have been experiencing with SSMs in terms of control challenges, we are mitigating those through having regular patches on the system. And we are utilizing our IT officers to make sure that these patches are deployed at district and at CMC level. We are also addressing the issue of reporting, the reporting level through a cloud hosting platform. And we are hopeful that all the other systems that we are trying to utilize to improve the flow of information, including the e-submission, will assist us in terms of making sure that information moves quickly from districts up to head office, as it's indicated on our response there that we have already started with the pilot project in Zululand district, which happened on the 18th of January. Thank you, Chair. Unless I'm missing any other IT-related resolution. Thank you.
No, you will be invited by your team if they would want you to come in.
No, thank you, Mr. Santosi. Going on to transversal resolutions, Chair. Resolution 290 we dealt with previously in terms of the filling of critical posts. Resolution 291, compliance with HRM matters. Yes, once again, here we said there were 56 SMS members in total that have concluded and submitted the performance agreements, which is 89%. And we have indicated that only 6 SMS members could not conclude their performance agreement owing to suspensions, which accounts for 11% of the overall total SMS members. In terms of resolution 292, officials doing business with the state, unfortunately, Chair, this finding has reared its ugly head again in the department. We were really confident that we had got rid of this long ago, but once again, it has come by. But in our analysis, we found that when we employ screeners, Chair, and cleaners, etc., especially during COVID, they have a PESEL number and interns. And we found that a number of these people were implicated in doing business with the state. But getting deeper into it, we found 13 existing departmental officials were involved also. And the labor relations have been now instituting disciplinary actions against them by sending them the letters and processing consequence management after they have finished the disciplinary hearings with these colleagues. Chair, I'm not too sure if I missed any resolution because we were moving around it, and I'm sure, as I know you, Chair, you must have been keeping a close eye on all the resolutions. I don't know if I missed anything, Chair. If I did, I can go back to it because I know that in the presentation that I summarized, I've been through every resolution in writing. HOD,
Thank you, sir, I can see you are checking with your colleagues. I didn't hear you dealing with resolution 209 that deals with fruitless and wasteful expenditure.
Oh, yes.
Which is always a major problem that I create for you. And that one of the risk committee, risk management, that is in 210. But I hope that's what the MEC spoke about. I don't remember very well the details. But those two, I didn't hear you dealing with them.
My apologies, Chair. Resolution 209 regarding the fruitless and wasteful expenditure and the unresolved expenditure of prior years. Once again, Chair, here we have been giving these there are processes to be followed in terms of determination, test value for money, etc., and consequence management. We have given this to our internal control to carry out all these processes, but due to capacity and funding challenges, we've asked the Office of the Premier to assist us in these investigations. And it's a huge number, Chair, and we are busy looking at this going forward and how quick we can resolve these issues regarding it, and then send it to our HOD for condemnation. I think that's where the condemnation takes place, because I did find out from Treasury, do I send it to Treasury for condemnation? And they indicated that it will be your HOD that will condone these findings and implementation of consequence management. The resolution of risk management 210, we find that once again, Chair, in terms of risk management, our MEC has established what we've called a Provincial Operation Clean Audit Committee, which monitors the progress from the Office of the MEC directly through the Office of the HOD, where branch heads are now called to account on the implementation of action plans that we have identified in the risk register, and as well as how they will address the slow progress on the implementation of these action plans. So once again, Chair, this has been directly monitored from MEC's office, and the committee also sits via the MEC's office, and that we are very, very grateful for. And now that our HOD has been appointed, I'm sure it's going to be given to our HOD's office to run with in the meanwhile. Thank you, Chair. I don't know, Chair, thank you for monitoring the resolutions we have been responding to. I don't know if anything else is left. If HOD wants to comment, HOD.
Thank you very much. Would want to check with your colleagues as to whether there are no additions before we hand over to honorable members for questions and comments. I see the newly appointed HOD. I will always use that term, although you are almost a month now, because you didn't report to Oputabadala. That's why then they would always talk about a newly appointed HOD. Yes, Mapoloba and your team, if there are any additions.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members, colleagues. It's not really an addition, except to say that we have resolved that issues of audit findings, issues of risk management, and issues of budget monitoring will always now be part of our top management meetings. So these findings that we find here are going to be, the resolution thereof will be, our on our constant focus. There's no point where we will lose track of this because we want to put the department on a trajectory that's moving towards a clean audit where there are no findings really because we believe that if we keep the department on, where we are, we might find ourselves regressing, and we don't want that. So we want to actually move forward now because we've been on an unqualified audit report for the past 5 years now, and we do want to move to a clean audit. Huge as the department is, we believe that it is possible given where we come from. We come from disclaimers for years, and then qualified audit reports for years, and then we moved to qualified, unqualified, where we kept moving between qualified and unqualified. And for the past 5 years, we've been consistent on unqualified, and that is why we believe it is going to be possible to actually move towards a clean audit. Thank you very much.
I've seen the hand of Miss Tusa.
Yes,
I
Chair.
don't know whether it's an old hand. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. It's a new hand. Chair, I've just realized that I omitted some information and which I need to correct as well on the IT presentation, Resolution 218 on the IT disaster recovery plan testing. It was conducted, the date moved from 25th February to 11th of March, and it was conducted successfully. Thank you, Chairperson. That's all I wanted to add.
Kungayisho ukuthi hawu itest ihambe kahle. No, thank you very much, Tusi. Colleagues, the department has made a presentation and would want to give you this opportunity for questions and comments. Those who are on the virtual platform, including my chairperson of Scopa, you will be allowed to shout in case I don't recognize your hand. So, honorable members, it's up to you now. I see the hand of Honorable Kaula, the hand of Honorable Zulu, MA, the hand of Honorable, what's substitute say, the clerk, Honorable Rogers. No, I missed the clerk. I missed the Honorable de Klerk. I also see the hand of Honorable Kika. 4 hands at the moment that I can see. The hand of Honorable de Klerk, I can see it.
Chairperson.
And then the hand of Chairperson as number 6. In that order, honorable members.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. Colleagues, honorable members, honorable MEC, HOD, Mapoloba, and your team. Thanks for the presentation. In approaching this discussion, Chair, one needs to be conscious of the fact that, of course, we know education is our biggest department in the province, and therefore the responsibilities are huge. But that cannot be an excuse for laxity. While still on that, congratulations, Mapoloba, for your new responsibilities. Chairperson, let me start on the staff debts. The CFO is explaining that this is a problem that has been consistent for a number of years, in his own words. I'm just surprised, Chair, at the approach of the department into this problem. Because to me, even the issue of write-offs, it just cannot exist. You cannot have an employee who, when they exit your employment, you don't know how to find them. I just fail to understand it. Your employee, they exit, you don't know how to find them. 3 years, 4 years, 5 years down the line, you have to write off because you can't find them. It's not acceptable, Chairperson. Even the issue of saying letters have been written to the responsible managers, letters written to responsible managers, it's very light, Chair. It doesn't look like the department is taking this thing seriously. When the CFO is saying this has been persistent for years, today, what steps have you taken? No letters have been written to responsible managers. It can't be. I'm appealing to the department to be serious on this issue, Chair. On slide 14 of this issue, the department cites the challenge of employees refusing to sign acknowledgement of debt forms, and they say it's being addressed. What I want the department to clarify to me is, of course, how do you make me, as your employee, sign an acknowledgement of debt and I'm still with you? I have not exited. I don't have a debt. In other words, the way I understand it is the anticipated debt. When you are saying to me, I have to sign an acknowledgement of debt when I don't have a debt, you are anticipating that when I exit, I'll have a debt. That is the way I understood it. Maybe I misunderstood. Can they clarify that? Who is that employee that is referred to there who has to sign the acknowledgement of debt? Is it the employees that are current with the department or those that have exited? Because here we are talking about people who have exited and are owing the department because they were paid salaries even after they have exited the department. Those are the people that we are talking about that need to be traced and must pay back the money. Pay back the money. Chairperson, irregular expenditure. Again, the Chairperson, not just with education, with most of these departments that have got this big problem, it looks again like, it's business as usual. They are not serious in addressing this because we are talking here about 330 million for 2020-21. But prior years, 8.154 billion. But when it comes to the steps taken again, it's always accumulating because departments are too relaxed, Chairperson, in addressing these issues. And that is why these irregular expenditure amounts are accumulating every time. Because to those who are culprits, you don't see serious steps being taken. As a result, it goes on and on. It happens again in every financial year. Why? Because of the way departments are handling this. They are too relaxed, Chairperson. The CFO is reporting here that some of the employees who were responsible for this, it dates back to 2013-14, are no longer with the department. Some have passed away. Why did you let it happen? Why did you let them pass away before you can deal with them? Don't let them pass away before you can. You are talking 13-14, today is 2022. You see? Why? Because you let time pass. And when there are no more, you start dealing with them. Of course, you can't deal with them anymore because there are no more. Slide 38, okay, that has been clarified by our legal fundi there. Slide 39, Chairperson, fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 599 million 2020-21 and 191 million for the prior years. And the response there on slide 39, bullet 2, Chairperson, I'm also not happy. The response is due to capacity and funding challenges, OTP will be approached. Will be approached. We are talking about something that happened long ago, 5-10 years ago. Today, OTP will be approached. Benihlaleleni, what have you been doing? It means you don't care. People just do what they want to do with the government money, and you as responsible managers, you just don't care. When you come here to Scopa, we'll be getting the same responses next year, Chairperson. I can bet my last dollar. Go back to the responses we got last year. They will be similar to this. SIU report, resolution 214, Chairperson. Well, I will not be much there. The MEC did talk to this, but the only issue I wanted to remind the MEC here, Chairperson, is that SIU investigations are authorized by the President of the country and not by Scopa, not by the Premier, not by the Minister, not by the MEC. They are authorized by the President. Issuing of the reports are authorized by the President. Anyone with an issue, they go for legal review. You don't argue with us. It will not help you. You don't argue with the minister. It will not help you. You don't argue with the AG. It will not help you. Go for legal review. For as long as there is no legal review, those recommendations stand. So the MEC must act because there is no legal review that he has asked for in court. So we expect the MEC to act. No explanations. We can listen to explanations, but we do nothing about those explanations because the fact of the matter is the government gazette has said ABC. That is what the reporter said. Chairperson, slide 44, SARS and payee slide 44. The report says the matter will be resolved at the end of February. It's end of February, was some 3 weeks ago. What is the current status? You have said in your report this matter was going to be resolved at the end of February. End of February is some time ago. Can you give us the current position? Slide 59, Chairperson. Slide 59. On items 2, bullet 2 and 3, or rather, on the resolution itself. 2 says disciplinary steps, report on disciplinary steps taken Mapoloba against the officials responsible for the unauthorized expenditure. And 3 says steps taken to recover any losses. You have not reported on these 2. You have only told us about your corrective measures, but you have not reported on these 2. And then the very last page, which is our last slide. The response by the department on item 4 says the Labour Relations Directorate has identified 13 existing officials. Now, let me refer you to the Public Service Regulations 2016. It prohibits public service employees from conducting business with the organ of state, and it criminalizes it. those regulations are 2016. It's not a matter for discipline or negotiation. No, it's a criminal offense. What have you done about it? No negotiations. The law is there. Thanks, Chair.
Chairperson, thank you. Greetings to the newly appointed HOD, Simbonge kakhulu Mapolova, members of the department, senior managers. Let me welcome their responses as detailed as they are. I think they've given themselves enough time to respond. But I have just few concerns in relation to Resolution 204. The issue of attaining the targets of the departments. I can see that that's what you think you will achieve in ensuring that you meet those targets. But I'm worried that we have just grounded the officials because of the financial constraints within the departments. And then how do you think you will achieve these targets in terms of monitoring and accessing and getting evidence in the particular sites or schools? That's number one. And number two, then I'm just worried about the transferring to OTP. Hence, you've got all the capacity and expertise to deal with the issues within your department. I think Baba Kaulu has covered me to that one, that you have just taken too long in dealing with those issues. And now we are coming with an excuse that you are now taking it to OTP. Hence, we've got the capacity and we've got the expertise to deal with these issues. Then number three, the issue of infrastructure. I think I'm happy that now you will prioritize the existing infrastructure that you have started, rather than starting a new infrastructure. Hence, we have begun with we have started the new schools, and when the new year starts, you start another new projects. I'm happy that you will now continue and complete these existing projects so that we'll see the progress of the department moving forward. So far, when you transfer the money to the implementing agents, we know that those implementing agent public works will continue with the projects, existing projects. Not that you start the new projects. I know that the MEC, of course, would like to have his priorities in terms of the newest projects, but you will appeal to the MEC that please complete the old projects, even if it was not your projects. The last one, Chair, in a case whereby there were, of course, senior managers who have been suspended. Of course, you won't have they won't have performance agreements for those senior managers. But then I'm sorry, Chairperson, that if a person has been cleared because of his or her allegations, what is the reason for the department to keep that person away from work? Hence, he's receiving the salary every time. Every month, he's receiving the salary, that person. But we are just keeping him away from work. I think maybe you'll have maybe a lot of teachers and a lot of principals and senior managers who are away from schools. I think I'm covered, Chair. Thanks so much.
Rogers.
Firstly, let me also congratulate Mapoloba on his appointment as HOD. I'm sure you're going to have sleepless nights in that position permanently. Chair, let me start off just by saying that one of the directions that this province is trying to go into, and it's led by the Premier himself, is that we are trying to create an ethical and capable state. We hear that all the time. And if I look at this department with respect, it's struggling to get to a point of being ethical and capable. And just listening to the responses in these resolutions is quite clear that it is nowhere near a capable and ethical department. And let me justify that by going through some of the resolutions. Let me start off with 202 of 2021, and that deals with the staff debts. Now, resolution 201 of 2021 deals with overpayments on termination. 202 of 2021 talks about staff debts. Now, I'm assuming some of those debts are arising because of overpayments on salaries, payments made after termination. It's not what we would say somebody's getting a loan from the department. I trust that's not the case. So, okay, if that's the case, then if one looks at the table and the age analysis on page 11, it's quite clear that this problem is increasing and not decreasing. Okay, so there's no signs of improvement at the moment if you look at page 11. And you can understand that it's not improving because if you look at some of the responses that we're giving or that we're getting, and that's the reasons for the failure for the department to recover these debts timeously, employees not being traced. You can't just disappear in this country, as far as I know. There should be methods that we can find out where people are. Employees refusing to sign acknowledgement of debt forms. I mean, I don't understand that. Debts are raised after the employee has been terminated. Well, who raised that debt after the employee was terminated? Whose responsibility was it to have that debt raised before the employee was terminated? And what action was taken against that official? Debts that are raised for deceased employees after the estate has been wound up. Again, that's an official that's failing in his responsibility. What's happening with that official? One almost gets the idea that this is like a bit of a money-making scheme in this department, and that there's collusion between some officials and some employees to make more money. I mean, it's an enormous amount of money. It's almost R500 million for a department that needs every single cent to be able to fulfill its mandate. And Honorable Kaula was quite right. You talk about warning letters. What is a warning letter? It's a piece of paper. It's not actual consequence management. If someone's failed in their duties, then there needs to be accountability. And if someone's failed in their duties and cost this province and your department unrecoverable expenses, then a warning letter is not good enough. You're not going to get rid of the rot in your department through warning letters. You're going to have to be a lot stronger and a lot harsher. Then you also talk about staff are given the opportunity in the letter to dispute the debt and specify reasons. I wouldn't follow that process. I would raise the debt and then allow them to dispute it. Otherwise, it's going to take you 6, 7, 8 months to a year to actually agree that the staff owes you the debt. Raise the debt, allow the staff member to then challenge it. Put the ball in the staff member's court. Because clearly, if you take your time and you delay this process, you'll walk away or you'll die and you won't have to pay back the money. You also talk about that the acknowledgement of the debt letter should then indicate that the money will be recovered from the pension fund. But elsewhere in your report, you say that the pension fund will not assist you in collecting debt. So I'm not sure if those two disagree with each other, but perhaps you could indicate that. Also on the debt, just another question. Is it just the debt amount, or is there interest being charged on that debt? Because clearly, if you're going to wait for somebody to take it off their pension at the end of their term, and you're not charging interest, we're losing money hand over fist. And then also just to come to the issue of SARS and PAYE. Now, if staff are being paid erroneously, then I'm assuming that you're deducting PAYE off that payment and you're paying that over to SARS. If that's correct, do we ever get that PAYE back from SARS? Because I was a bit confused about your resolution regarding SARS and PAYE. So I hope you understand. So if a member of your staff receives 50,000 Rand erroneously, I'm assuming all the deductions take place, PAYE comes off, that PAYE is paid over to SARS. What happens to that PAYE? Does the employee get the benefit of it and take it off his tax before he's taxed at the end of the year? Perhaps you can give us some direction there. Chair, then I'll go on to the other one that concerns me, and that's the bank overdraft. Now, if you look at the resolution, it talks about the overdraft and the balance thereof. The department indicates that they're not using the overdraft, and that the overdraft is in fact, or the account is run by province, by treasury. So my question then is, when cash blocking occurs in this department, which I know it is a challenge, when cash blocking occurs, how do you then continue to run financially? When you overspend and cash blocking takes place, how do you then operate financially without an overdraft? Perhaps that will give me some clearer direction there. Just out of interest, on the resolution, progress made on the reduction of the overdraft, one of your responses is to reduce accruals. Well, if you're going to reduce accruals, you're going to put more pressure on your cash resources. So I don't think that's an adequate response there. It's going to put more pressure on your cash resources, as I say. And then I'm going to... Oh, the CFO also mentioned under the staff debt that you're losing about 20 million Rand per quarter. And I sort of missed the gist of what's the 20 million Rand per quarter? Where is it arising? If you could just explain that. And then resolution 215 on page 58. Okay, and this is to deal with your unauthorized expenditure, and it really comes back and highlights when I started posing my questions about building an ethical and capable state. And part of your response as to what recovery steps have you taken, your response is there was no disciplinary steps taken due to internal control still completing the assessments. And then not applicable due to the investigations not having been completed. And I just think of the words justice delayed is justice denied. And that's part of the problem of trying to get this department to conform and to make sure that its staff conforms. And then resolution 216 of 2021, again, and this comes back to my question earlier about cash blocking. You say that although the department has incurred an unauthorized expenditure of 485 million, The actual overall expenditure, overall over expenditure was 76 million against the total budget. Now, if cash blocking works, how were you able to overspend without the use of an overdraft? Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to everyone. Chairperson, I wish to reiterate everyone's call of congratulating Mapoloba on his appointment as the HOD. My caucus leader sitting down the road there has already made a commitment to giving you sleepless nights, and I intend to ensure that. So, in the best way that I can, Chairperson. Chairperson, I must tell you, and this is a complaint probably from me, that the last time, I come from the side of the Education Portfolio Committee. The last time that we met, I was just looking at my calendar just now, was on August 31st last year. And the next time that we are going to meet is on the 5th of April, almost 7 months apart. So a lot of this information that we are seeing here, we have not seen. So we have also not had the opportunity to engage with the MEC about the comments that he made regarding the SIU report, for which I believe there is a laborious explanation or an attempt at what I would think is obfuscation that just simply confirmed what the SIU said in the first place. So it is worrying that that matter is probably going to be ongoing. And I must say, Chairperson, that I had the opportunity to meet with the head of the SIU at the very beginning and get-go of this process, to have been part of the launching of this process in KZN. So with regards to accountability and consequence management that we hear about throughout this report, Chairperson, throughout this document that is presented here today, it is globally evident that it is either non-existent, very slow, or just simply delayed for whatever reason. Because that SIU report was very unambiguous. It specifically mentioned names, and picking up from the point that Honorable Kaula raised, there are specific interventions and steps that should have been taken that have not been taken yet. And the question is why? So I think that is just a comment and a question that can be answered at a later stage. I want to pick up on Resolution 201 and slide 11 in particular. So, Chairperson, you will see the table that is presented there. It says 0 to 1 year, 1 to 3 years, 3 years and over, and so on. I think this is a little bit ambiguous, given all the steps that have been mentioned. You see, if there is no signed acknowledgement of debt, debt prescribes after 2 years. I think that is common cause, common knowledge. So we see this table, I think it should say 0 to 1 years and 1 to 2 years and then 2 years and more. Because the 1 to 3 year period is rather ambiguous, because we don't know how much of debt during that period is prescribed, what will be recoverable, what won't be recoverable. And so if we can get an indication of that amount of prescribed debt that has occurred, meaning what we're not going to receive at all, no matter what is done, because the due court process that would follow without an acknowledgement of debt is non-existent. So we're not going to get that money. That's the bottom line. So you're sitting here with the books reflecting R500 billion. And the reality is that if that acknowledgement of debt and all the other steps that I mentioned throughout the other slides, you're just not going to get that money. So how do you offset this on the books? That would be the big question. because it's sitting on the books. Now, there's only a certain portion of it that can be written off, and it will be dependent on the health of the books of the department. So I'm trying to get that sense from their chairperson. So if you look at slide 15, and we also heard about the 20 million rand per quarter or per month, I can't remember which it was, that staff debt escalates. So on the one hand, you have this elaborate plan in terms of the responses about how the funds will be recovered. Yet on the other hand, you are making an admission to this committee that the problem persists. So the question that Honorable Rogers asked is very apposite about what about the allegation that there might be internal collusion. So that remains a serious question. Many of the other things have been covered, Chair, but I'm just going to pick up on slide 45. It says that there will be confidential report. If I heard the CFO correctly, he said the confidential reports will be submitted somewhere. I didn't quite get where those confidential reports will be submitted. The question is where and when. When will they be submitted, and when will we have sight of those confidential reports? That's regarding slide 45. And then with regards to slide 58, response point number 3. With regards to the disciplinary steps, again, I mentioned that globally it seems that, there's a massive delay. So with regards to this specific one, when, the big question is when. There were no disciplinary steps taken due to internal control still completing the assessments. When will those assessments be completed? And so that is the big question there. Chairperson, those are my few questions. The rest, when we get the opportunity to meet the portfolio on the 5th, we'll ask them those questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable de Klerk.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just reading this responses, listening to the Honorable Member's questions, it makes me want to run away. It seems that our oversight is in vain. Why do I say that? We have a CFO that comes to the committee and admits, gives an admission, or let's call it a confession, that in the past, the following up of the debt collecting was relaxed and that the policy was not correct. Policy is designed by whom? By senior management. Senior management failed constantly over many years, and he's sitting here in front of us trying to pull wool over our eyes. Who allowed this to happen? It starts with the erroneous payment to employees. Has any of those persons, one of them been disciplined and fired? I'm sure not. Those that oversee those people, they are relaxed in the past. They sit and look at it and see it happens and do nothing. How can that be? We will never fix this because the head is rotten. It is obvious for all of us sitting here today. And we're going through these exercises of talking. And then we want to disagree with the SIU. We don't want to. Unfortunately. It's an admission of relaxedness. And the facts is proof of it. It speaks for itself. Res ipsa loquitur, it speaks for itself. What is the action taken? Writing letters. What is it? Writing a letter. We are working for nothing. People must be taken to task. Senior management must be taken to task. And also the political heads of these departments that fails us over and over. Thank you.
Honorable Governor.
Thanks, Chairperson. And let me first start by thanking you for ably assisting me by chairing this meeting. I'd opted not to come because I was afraid that had I contracted COVID, I'd be infecting all of you. But, Honorable Chairperson, it seems to me that we're infected by another problem here. One of the lack of accountability and the lack of taking seriously the responsibilities that have been given to handle public funds correctly. Let me start firstly with the issue of human resources. Honorable Chairperson, the thing is that in the previous, in the report that we had prior to these follow-up hearings, the department's vacancy rate, and this is together with the Department of Health, is the largest employer in the province. Its vacancy rate stood at 23%. Now, in terms of the report that we are given, we are told that 2 vacancies were filled. It's basically 2. And then we are given some explanation about three posts the process had been finalized, but they were pending approval from the MEC for Treasury and the Premier. I don't understand this. If the filling of the posts had been finalized, I'm taking it that you went through a process, you interviewed people, etc. How could you do all of that and without being assured that you had the necessary funds? My understanding is that prior to advertising any post, you would get the approval and then proceed. So something is seriously wrong here in what's going on. Then these 2 posts of attrition, but all told, Chairperson, in that 23% vacancy rate, all we have are 2 posts that have been filled. Now that's an indictment on this department. Why are they not doing what they need to do? We understand the issue of funds, but if, for example, there's attrition, those are funded posts, right? If you had posts finalized, if you finalized processes, obviously you were looking at securing funding. And we're always assured by the Office of the Premier and Treasury that where there are necessary critical posts, they don't actually turn them down. So I really think that there's something seriously wrong here. Then, Chairperson, this is the old problem. And while I've been sitting here at home, I've gone and looked at the department's responses in the previous hearing. And around this issue of staff debt and where employees had their services terminated and there were overpayments, I'm concerned because we're hearing the similar responses to the previous time. The last time we were told they intended employing a debt collection agency to collect these funds and that this process was well underway. My first question is, how much has been recovered by this debt collection agency? How much have you actually got in hand of this debt of yours, which is 498.8 million? How much have you actually recouped? And then we'll take all the rest. My concern on this one is when the department responds about the measures to be taken, I really get worried, Honorable Chairperson, when the department says that warning letters have been issued to district directors whose districts have continued to accumulate more debts under their stewardships. So you're not taking disciplinary action for what they've done. You're taking disciplinary action for what they're continuing to do. So all the rest, what are you doing? Say, strike it off, didn't happen, start afresh. I don't agree with that, right? Then, Chairperson, I also want to speak about the issues around the school nutrition program. We know the matter went to court. We know that the issue of the contracts was sorted out. And in the response that was given to us by the department last year, They said that going forward in 2020, there will be no issues, but clearly there are issues. So, we can't always have a whole range of academic measures. There'll be warning letters issued, caution, workshop, but the fact of the matter is it's not working. And we can't have more and more. We have these long responses, but there's no meat to them. There's nothing concrete emerging, and that is the problem. And Honorable MEC, they do you a disservice because they bring you these huge volumes of responses, which actually say nothing. And if you had to go and trace previous year's responses, you would see the same responses, maybe worded a bit differently, but the same thing. So it's like more and more of the same. So, Chairperson, we're aware of this department being underfunded. And that is why, as Scopa, Standing Committee on Public Accounts, we want public funds to be used properly. And so, if you can recover debt, it means you get more money in the kitty. In fact, in the first place, what you should be doing is not incurring that waste of money. It's in the same vein with the unauthorized and the irregular expenditure. And, Chairperson, this doesn't change. But my colleagues have dealt with that. The two issues I want to talk about are around procurement, the issue of local content. This is not a new finding. And in the last Scopa hearings, after the AG's report was released, we were assured that they were workshopping the officials so that this would not occur. But it's another finding that has come up again. And local content, not using it, that 30% is completely unacceptable. Because we are talking about transformation and we are talking about economic empowerment of black suppliers. Now, where legitimately you can do this, using these regulations issued by the Department of Trade and Industries, you are choosing not to do so. And I'm saying choosing because, sure, maybe 2 financial years back you were unaware, but now you are. And you've done it and you're doing it again. It's completely unacceptable, Chairperson. We cannot allow this to happen, and there has to be sanction. We can't have this endless round of we workshopping people. You're wasting money, you're wasting time, you're wasting resources. We want concrete measures. Chairperson, I'm going to stop there now because there's a whole range of issues. But I really do think that the Portfolio Committee also needs to pick up these matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. When you are seated where I am seated, you do have some pressures of time and all the stuff based on the allocation of times. Already, we should have started the hearing with DSD, according to what I'm told, where I'm seated, even based on the program that we're following. So we are going to hand over to you, friends from the Department of Education, to respond. And I am praying that we should be finished latest by 12 o'clock. DSD is waiting outside since 10:30. So that's the pressure that I'm having. So we're handing over to you, HOD, and your team for responses.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And let's also thank the honorable members for the comments and questions that they've raised, which we are going to try and engage with. I think let me start off by saying that our starting point is that we acknowledge that there may be system failures here and there, and some of the things that are happening have been largely because of the very 23% vacancy rate that we're talking about. But we don't want to make all those things an excuse. Safe to say that on the issue, for instance, of consequence management on a variety of issues that have been raised here. When you discipline employees, there is always two sides, obviously. And the side of the employee is always the one on the defense side. And whoever is presiding in a case like this would then look at what are the mitigating factors, for example, that may have led to the outcome that was not desired. For example, staff debt and so on. Now, in the main, the managers that we are keen to actually, discipline. Their argument has been that we don't have staff to actually do what is supposed to be done. The vacancy rate is such that in some of our districts it's been very difficult even to operate. Initially, it was mainly circuit management posts that were vacant, and we've now filled them. But in our offices, in district offices, we really are struggling, and some of our districts are struggling. Now, given that kind of situation, it has always been not so easy to then, impose the harshest of sanctions against managers, and that may look like we are soft on them, but we're not. We are not. There are senior managers who are not here, as Pelelang, who actually, because of our processes of consequence management, are not here. But what we're trying to do now is to ensure that no one says that we didn't support them, we didn't assist them. That is why we talk of workshops and so on. We didn't assist them, we didn't show them the best ways of doing certain things. We're doing that precisely because we will get tough now. From now onwards, we will get tough. And remember, getting tough, disciplining people, firing them, and them challenging you further and coming back doesn't assist us as well, because there are systems here. I mean, we can discipline and fire them, but if they take us further and they get there and higher forums, be it bargaining councils or courts, find that our sanction, given the circumstances that they would present before court, were unreasonable, they definitely will be reinstated. It has happened in some of the cases, and that is why we are going through all these steps to ensure that that there is no tangible defense that people can come up with, which would make even the harshest sanction a futile exercise if people are going to then be reinstated as we go further. We're not making excuses for this, but all we're saying is we're doing all this in order to now get tough from now on. On debt management, we have now developed, straightforward SOPs that tell people, standard operating procedures that tell every player what needs to be done. We are in the process of automating those SOPs, those standard operating procedures. In other words, we are not waiting until we've automated the system. We're saying with these standard operating procedures, you should be able to deliver, on this, to ensure that there is no debt, accumulating anymore, even in the current manual system that we're using. And we can promise this committee that because of what we've done, we will be able now to get tougher than we seem to have been in the past. But coming to some of the technicalities, we are dealing with those technicalities. Refusal to sign, for instance, debt and that you owe. There's a variety of kinds of debts that our employees incur. One example, for example, is leave without pay. After, for example, somebody has been sick and it goes through the health risk manager processes. It used to be Tandile, and now it's Alexander Forbes. And the health risk manager says, you have taken 100 days off or 40 days off. But 20 of those 40 days, in our opinion as health professionals, were unjustified, and therefore 20 should be leave without pay. Now, then in a situation like that, we're able to actually effect, deductions from the salary because the person is still working. Now, but in effecting deductions, you are guided by legislation. There's the Basic Conditions of Employment Act. It determines what is it that you can deduct. You can't deduct somebody's salary such that they can't leave afterwards. There are regulations, relating to that. Now, what then happens, as Honorable Kaula was asking, what then happens is some people may be owing. Just to give you an example, here is a 53-year-old teacher. He owes us 40,000 rands out of that leave management process, because there are days that are not granted. He's 53 years old. We start deducting. After, of course, looking at his salary, finding out from him exactly how much is it that we can take from his salary. He says, I can only afford to pay back 2,000 rand a month. We start deducting 2,000 rand a month. 3 months later, he takes retirement because he's 53. He can retire at that age. Teachers can retire from the age of 50. He retires and he has only paid us maybe, 3 installments. So he's paid us 6,000. So as he goes now on retirement, he still owes us about 34,000. Now, and that's this 34,000 that we could possibly recover from the pension. But the pension laws do not allow us, we are not allowed to deduct from the pension unless the employee has consented that that be done. Now, what then do we do? Because now he has retired. We then say sign your acknowledgement of debt that you owe us 36,000 rands because you only paid a few installments and you decided to retire or resign. He then doesn't sign. He doesn't sign. If we try not to pay the pension, trying to force him to sign the acknowledgement of debt, we get penalized as a department, for delaying the pension. And in fact, the pension fund will penalize us with interest for doing that, and that's fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We'll come here again and have to explain that fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And that is the kind of catch-22 situation that we're trying to come out against. And when Honorable Kaula is asking, when you say a person must sign before they go, are you talking about a future debt? No, we're talking about a debt like the one I'm mentioning. What we're saying is, in order to prevent this thing of somebody paying a few installments while they're working and then leave, we are saying, when we agree to take that 2,000 rand that we agree with, that agreement must include a clause that says, should you retire or resign or leave the system in whatever way while owing us, you are agreeing that we will take your money from your pension. So that if that eventuality does happen, there's already a pre-agreement, a pre-arrangement that we will take it from your pension. Because if we allow you to leave before we cause you to sign, you will refuse to sign, knowing that the pension laws are not on our side in terms of simply deducting from your pension or not paying your pension, trying to coerce you to sign. And that's the clarity I can give, and how we intend, dealing with that hurdle. You sign now an undertaking that should you leave, while you are still owing us, we will take the money from your pension. We actually believe that that's going to work. The other things that are causing this, of course, are delays. Delays through shortage of staff, but delays through inefficiency are the ones that I'm saying we will get tough on. We will get tough on that. And when you say we are lenient, I think in future we'll be able to tell you, to give you examples of managers that would have taken issue against. Most questions really from the honourable members were around this issue of overpayments and stuff that, and I think what I have said deals with most of the concerns that were raised. Questions around overdraft. I think the CFO is going to be able to deal with. The question around Resolution 204, how we are going to monitor the performance targets and performance information for which we were qualified, given the limited mileage that we're giving to our staff. I think we have devised a system where, for specific projects that we know are critical and necessary, we are able to relax the question of limited mileage that we give to our members. The project manager here, who is Dr. Chetty, who is in charge of strategic management in general, has already written to say he wants mileage, the question of restricted mileage, to be relaxed in relation to officials who would be doing the monitoring of performance targets in our districts, because it's one area really that we want to deal with. It can't stand on our or between us and a clean audit. There is indeed a question of capacity within the department, which results in many investigations taking too long to be completed. And it is in that context that we were saying, on looking at the number of things that need to be investigated, we will be approaching the Office of the Premier to assist, because taking investigations outside is also expensive. It's one of the things that we want to deal with. Just to show how expensive these forensic investigations are. I mean, if you had a case, for example, of misuse of school funds in a school to the tune of 80,000 rands, if you appointed a forensic investigator, you would not be surprised to find a bill of 250,000 rands for that investigation. You see, and those are the things that that we look at, which is why we rather try and get resources, human resources from other sister departments rather than go the route of forensic investigators. And what gets worse, once the forensic investigator they procured outside the department, once they finish the investigation, when there's a disciplinary hearing now, you will need them to come and testify. And when they come to testify, they charge us again, for the daily rate. And it is precisely because we've realized that we're saying we'll try and use more, colleagues from other departments. But that's got challenges on its own. And as the MEC remarked earlier on, to say that the presiding officers and initiators that we're trying to source from other departments through the Office of the Premier, because they've got their own workloads and so on, they may tend not to necessarily prioritize, our cases as Department of Education, which delays. But the MEC has indicated that we have taken that up with the Office of the Premier, so that we can finalize these cases arising out of SIU investigations and other cases. If a person has been cleared from a sanction and has been sanctioned or has been cleared by an investigation, we definitely will always never prevent them. We'll never prevent them from coming back to work if they've been cleared. Through all these, the channels that are applicable in this. I think some of the questions from Honorable Kika, of course, he did indicate that we'll take further at the education portfolio committee the nitty-gritties. I think there we will, Honorable Kika, through you, Chair, we will ask our legal section to look at those things of prescription and so on, and elaborate further on what are the challenges around that, and around writing off a debt that you can see that you will never be able to recover. Right. I think all in all, the last comment that I want to make is one on vacancies that are unfilled. In spite of the fact that we are allowed to apply to write to the Office of the Premier to get the critical post filled, the critical point is whether we have money as a department to fill the post. So it's not that Treasury or the Office of the Premier would not be realizing that the post is critical. It always boils down to whether the department has money to fill that post or not, and that is where we always get stuck. For instance, with budget cuts, even as we wrote the submission, the question that we always had difficulty in responding to was from Treasury would be a question that says, but you don't have money, how are you going to fill the post? But in respect of attrition posts, as Honorable Governor was saying, I think we will have a discussion, and our MEC has already indicated that in fact, what Honorable Governor was saying is actually, in our view, correct. That's how we view it. That if it's an attrition post and it gets vacant for whatever reason, filling it doesn't put you in a worse off position than you were before. You either remain the same, or you would get slightly better, in the sense that maybe the person who's retired was in a top notch of their salary. And if you appoint now, you will appoint on a lower notch. So what we can guarantee is that if you fill an attrition post, you won't be worse off than you would be, And if you don't feel it, the worst can happen. The worst that can happen is that the system can easily collapse if you don't fill certain posts. I mean, you will start feeling the effects of not filling certain posts when your audit outcomes come, for example, and they are bad. Those are the effects of unfilled posts. You will start getting people complaining that they retire and their pensions are not paid, when in fact we are short of people to process those pensions. You will start seeing us unable to terminate people on time because we don't have such people, to do the work in our district offices, and that is why our presentation to Treasury in our meeting will look into those things. It won't just be an overarching presentation that says we have these critical posts. I think we'll do a deep analysis into what could be the consequences as well of not filling certain posts that we have. In that respect, really, we appreciate what Honourable Governor was raising, and we will take it up with Treasury. I think my colleagues have very few questions to respond to now. CFO 1 was on preferential, on procurement, and the other one was on bank overdraft and the SARS issue. I will allow the CFO to quickly deal with those.
Thank you, HOD. I think I'm really, what would I say, happy that HOD has in-depth knowledge of all these issues around staff debts, and he's explained most of the challenges that we have regarding the staff debts. But we will analyze these staff debts further to ensure how it's aged and present at the portfolio meetings. Regarding the issue regarding SARS, I know Honourable Kaula is looking at the response by SARS by end of February, but I need to apologize. I should have updated because we are still waiting for a written response from SARS, because a verbal response is not sufficient enough, Honourable Kaula. And I think the issue of the other things around staff debts, HOD has alluded to some of the challenges that we have. The issue around bank overdraft, Honourable Roger, it's really, what would I say, a challenge in terms of the systems that we use. The systems we use are mainly PESEL and BAS. Now, as the CFO, I have total control over the payments made on BAS and the amount of money that can be released, because the banker would allow me a certain amount of money in terms of cash blocking for the month. I'll give you an example, 4 billion. And now that 4 billion rand is according to that 8.33%, which we are allowed. Now what happens is that PESEL, whatever is captured in PESEL, I have no control over it. It runs. So salaries, S&T, etc., anything captured in PESEL goes. So if it goes over 4 billion, we don't have any money for goods and services. So it puts us into a overdraft kind of a position. And that's what I need to explain to colleagues. And we are continuously talking to National and to say, can we also have some control over PESEL? So before we press the button to release not the basic salary, but there are 40 other items that get paid through PESEL. there's overtime, there's other issues, there's leave gratuity, etc. Now, if you do not have cash, then at least the CFA can control that cash flow and say, no, this cannot be paid because we do not have that kind of cash. But this is what we are working together with provincial treasury and national treasury to say, how do we control the cash that runs through PESEL? Now, currently, the department does experience the issue of budget cuts. But at the same time, we haven't retrenched anyone in terms of educators. We did indicate that the budget cuts is going to cause retrenchment. We've been to cabinet, and the decision was that no retrenchments can take place. So payments are made. It runs through PESEL and puts you into a negative position. So unfortunately, that's how the systems work in terms of that. And then it affects certain programs. And once a program is overspent, the expenditure becomes unauthorized. So, and that's where it is difficult to find out exactly who caused the problem now of unauthorized expenditure, because COE was paid in terms of that. And that is currently the way we have to now. Currently, HOD and I are in that scenario where we have a teacher in a classroom, but we do not really have the funds to back it, so it's going to become unauthorized. So what do we do? But it's a constitutional right to have a teacher in front of the classroom. So it's going to be difficult to explain who caused the unauthorized expenditure. So that's how Honorable Rogers, also when we look at the 485 million rand unauthorized expenditure, but overall the department has overspent by 76. In terms of unauthorized, it's per program, because it's voted per program. In terms of, I think maybe the PFMA have to be reviewed going forward in terms of cash flow and unauthorized expenditure, because currently it is per program. It's not looking at the whole department holistically. And it's difficult to explain to the public, etc., why you have unauthorized expenditure, but overall you haven't overspent. So that is the short explanation. In terms of PAYE, Honorable Rogers, the penalties came about where where SARS have indicated that we did not pay the taxation for employees that we employed in January and February. Now, what we did indicate, we do a reconciliation, because once we do the reconciliation on SARS as the 28th February, and if you pay employees who you employed in January and February, if you pay them in March or April, it doesn't reconcile to the state, to the first information that we submitted to SARS in terms of the taxation. So when SARS does the reconciliation, it sees another amount above the amount that we have declared for taxation purposes. Now, this is also a systemic problem, because what PESEL does is that if you employ someone in April or March, it goes and backdates the figure in January, February, etc. So therefore, we did have a discussion with SARS in terms of how the system works and how we can, going forward, reconcile the differences in terms of payment to them. And therefore, they have agreed to verbally reimburse us at 6.3 billion. They had no, cause to take it off our bank account. So going forward, that is how we have agreed to manage that. I think, Chair, I'm not too sure, HOD, if I'm missing anything else, because regarding the other issues, HOD has covered it quite nicely. The problem is that we will continuously have issues around capacity. I must indicate that in terms of educators to be placed in a classroom, we do not seek permission from Office of the Premier. But when it is public servants, as soon as a public servant retires, resigns, etc., then the office of the Premier closes that establishment or that post. And in order to reopen it and fill that post, you need to apply to the office of the Premier. And that's where the challenge is, because we are not able to show where the funds are, because we are under budgeted, or there's budget cuts, and we cannot show there is funds available to fill that post. And therefore, we find that the district director, internal control, etc., is not filled, although the post was funded when the person was there. But as soon as the person is gone, it is closed. And in terms of non-educators and public servants, you have to apply to Office of the Premier through Treasury to open that post and fill it again. But with teachers, you don't. So I think we need to look at that, in terms of, and as HOD indicated, that we do require to fill critical posts. You need to have a district director. You need to have a district a director for internal control. These are critical posts. Otherwise, how are we going to function going forward? I think that is all. I don't know, but I do appreciate the comments by members. And going forward, we definitely want to implement them. Not that we are not wanting to do that, but as HOD explained, there are these processes that we have to follow because, we need to look at the implications and the impact of this. The last thing I needed to just explain, maybe I contradicted myself, but I did indicate that the 20 million rand a quarter that we're losing for debtors is the past. That's what's been happening. But going forward, the return of investment by just merely investing 8 million rand on an electronic system and buying the licenses will save us almost 100 million rand for the rest of the year. So that's what I was alluding to, honorable members, in terms of that. And I'm sure that it's going to assist us in terms of saving this money. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members and DOE officials. Last comments. It tells me that the terrain has drastically changed after 13 years of my departure there. When I got my pension in 2011, I decided to apply for it in 2011. GPF deducted 20,000 rand to the Department of Education without any acknowledgement of the debt. That's what is the thing that I notice. It has changed as far as the debts are concerned. The second thing that would need to raise in conclusion of this engagement is that all issues raised by the AG must be cleared, irrespective of their difficulties. Otherwise, they will come back. The reason why Scopa has got these follow-up hearings is in order to check if such issues are attended to. The third issue that we would need to highlight as a major concern is that the irregular expenditure in the Department of Education appears to be too high. If you talk about 8 billion versus 3.3 billion, it tells you, if I had the CFO very well, that 3.3 billion might be the one that is in relation to the NSNP. It could be. I picked up that when he was indicating, which is easier to deal with because we know what were the problems then, whatever. It will depend on their interaction with provincial treasury around the issues of consequence management, which might be the stumbling block if not resolved. but the rest will require investigation and checking value for money and then dealing with the officials in carrying that irregular expenditure. But it must be prioritized. Yeah, it's too high as far as I'm concerned. Then we would want to mention this point at the end, that the further follow-up resolutions will come to you as the Department of Education so that you are sensitized to some of the issues that would need aggressive attention. So wanted to close this hearing with those few comments. So HOD and your team, thank you very much for engaging with us. We are informing you that lunch is available. Please don't make us incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because you know how nonsensical some of us are as far as the incurring of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So we would want you to go that particular route and go to our kitchen and find out what is prepared for you. Honorable Kaul, I can see your hand up.
No, thanks, Chair. I thought you were going to allow all of them to fill the gaps. Some gaps were left open. But be that as it may, Chair, what I wanted to say is in your follow-up resolutions, if we can also consider the response on the staff debts is very tempting for one to want to dig more. If it can be categorized now, how much of it pertains to staff that owed the department whilst they were still serving? How much of it pertains to staff that owe the department after they've exited, so that we get a clue of what we are talking about? Thanks, Chair.
Colleagues, the hearing has come to an end. Please go and enjoy what has been promised. And would continue, honorable members, with DSD, which has been here since 10:30. We really profusely apologize to them. But when you deal with education, you deal with more than 50 billion rand. Then the challenges will be as big as the budget. So we hope that we are going to turn it around. Don't do what caused a conflict between me and your former HOD, Dr. Albisi. When I was chairing Scopa meeting in 2013, he phoned me after that meeting. He said, "Hey, KK, you don't understand that education is a Titanic. It takes long to turn, and it has taken long to turn from unqualified with matters to clean audit. No, more than 5 years. Yeah, it's more than 5 years, Mapolo. I can remember vividly. It's more than 5 years. That's where we're pushing you to go. So can you go while we are waiting for our friends from DST?
Siyabonga Sihlalo, siyabonga Mhlonishwa Khawula.
Siyathokoza,
Mhlonishwa Khawula.
bahlonishwa, siyathokoza.
Asibonge
Sihlalo wami we-education, sawubona.
Ngiyanibona nje ninokhika ukuthi mfana nisazobuya futhi.
Kunjalo Sihlalo, sithunywe wena.
Bathi awubaphikithi Sihlalo sonjeki.
Ngiyabona benokhika ukuthi hayi.
Bagcina ngoSeptember.
Basazobuya. Thank you very much, Sihlalo. Thanks, colleagues.
Sihlalo KK sesingangena thina. Umthetho wakhona wena usungu-chairperson wakwa-Public Works yini we-KK? Where's Maggie?
Basa-opposite Sihlalo.
Oh, basa-opposite.
Hi, Nzwaki.
Hi, Max. I was wondering, where are you? Because I don't see you.
Yeah, no. KK is there doing a very good job. I'm down with the flu, I think. So.
Oh, I was wondering now who's chairing this meeting, because I see KK chairing the meeting, and I was wondering, where is Max?
Yeah, no, it's I threw the deep end this morning. You know, I woke up with this most awful. I actually was afraid it's COVID, but I think it's a flu.
No, I think it's a flu.
Yeah.
They said it's gonna be cold from yesterday until August.
Yeah, and yesterday I got soaked leaving the legislature, and then sat in the traffic, you know, with the cold, wet clothes. So I think that just made it worse.
Yes. Yeah, get better.
Sawubona Memzwaki.
Yebo, KK. I thought that you have taken over.
Madam.
I thought that you have taken over Maggie's chair.
No. You assist each other, but I was voted by the COVID. They did not want me to chair it. Maggie requested me to do it. They contested power here, and then I won, fortunately.
I know you and power are inseparable.
No, you can't say. I don't know that. No, colleagues, can we start with this hearing? Would want to welcome the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development of KwaZulu-Natal, led by Honorable Swarboy Ntombela and the whole team. We also wanted to welcome the MEC for Social Development in KwaZulu-Natal, whom we are told that she has connected virtually. And we also want to welcome the officials of our government, both the social development and the legislature. We are starting with this engagement. Would want to check, or before we check with the MEC's presence, would you want to request you, HOD, and your team, and those who might be connected virtually, to take an oath where you are promising to tell the truth and nothing else but the truth, and ask God to help you to tell the truth. Sometimes the truth is very painful to tell in other cases. Those who will go for the affirmation, then they are permitted to do so. Please state your name, the position you hold in the department, and then swear to tell the truth. Yes, Madam HOD.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Nelisiwe Vilakazi. I'm the head of Department of Social Development in KwaZulu-Natal. Yeah, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Nelisiwe Vilakazi. I'm the head of Department of Social Development in KwaZulu-Natal. I'm swearing that I'm going to tell the truth and only the truth. So help me, Lord.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is David Ngomezulu, the Acting Chief Financial Officer of Social Development. I swear to tell the truth and nothing else but the truth. So help me God.
My name is Mapili Mhlongo. I'm the Deputy Director General in the Department of Social Development. I swear that I'm going to tell the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, I have some of the officials, but I'm sure one who will be able to share information is Dr. Frederick Xaba, who is connected virtually, Chairperson.
Dr. Xaba, can you swear my leader?
Good day, Honorable Chair. My name is Frederick Xaba, the Chief Director for Strategy and Systems. I swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Nonkosi. We are moving forward. We would request the MEC for Social Development in KwaZulu-Natal just to give us some brief remarks. Yes, Madam.
Greetings to yourself, Honorable Chairperson, and all the Scopa members. Greetings to the HOD and her team. I've seen a number of them. Honorable Chair, we meet each other after having dealt with a number of issues, but we wouldn't be where we are if you were not there for us. We value your support, highly appreciate what you have done. In fact, even your constructive criticism, questions and comments you posed to us have brought us where we are. Chair, we understand that we are an evidence-based department, and we have been working under an environment which is not conducive to our staff members, especially during COVID-19. There were COVID-19 pressures, work with 30% staff members, which makes us not being able to provide the relevant evidence as expected. So we have been operating in a very negative environment at the moment. But Chair, I'm pleased that the department have shown at least have been able to minimize the fruitless and wasteful expenditures. I've seen as well minimization of the unauthorized expenditures, which tells that we are, as much as we are not perfect at the moment, but we are towards correcting a number of areas. Chairperson, I'm not pleased due to the pace the department is moving, the slow pace in terms of investigations. We have investigations which date back as 2009 and 2013. Which keeps our books and condition bad in front of you. We are very much aware that we should try to ensure that there's consequence management, especially what will please us, all of us, is the recovery of departmental funds. If we have gone up to that level, being able to recover departmental funds, we will say at least we have done ours and give ourselves a pat at the back. As of now, Chair, we are experiencing some challenges, some hiccups a little bit. We have experienced some deaths during COVID-19, due to COVID-19. There are resignations and others gone due to natural attritions. So we are trying to deal with that together with the Treasury. As of now, we are on that, working to get more staff in the department. So, but to mention a few, Chair, the filling of the post of the CFO is underway, and to have supply chain manager in the department has made the department to perform better. So with all I've said, Chair, the HOD is going to give you required responses as to the questions and comments given to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mkhatini, MEC for Social Development. We are coming back to you, HOD, and your team. We are requesting that when you are making a presentation, don't read the resolution because we have them. What you could do is to go to your own responses. If possible, you can speak to it, summarize it. That would be great. But you will do whatever you are comfortable to do. We're handing over to you and your team.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to honorable members of Scopa. This is our response as the Department of Social Development.
Sorry, Madam HOD, ngibona isandla lapha kumhlonishwa. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Chairperson. I note that I do not have, or maybe we do not have the copies of the responses from the department. I don't know if I might have missed them, but we are supposed to reflect on them or having read them prior before they come and present. If you can attend to that, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for making me aware of that. Would request the secretary of our committee to forward them to you while the presentation is ongoing. I think you are comfortable with that. I would plead, he's looking for it in his own system and is going to forward it to you as soon as possible.
Chair, I also don't have it.
Sorry, declare, honorable member.
Sorry, Chair, I also looked through my emails. I don't have it.
Yeah, that's why I've requested that it is sent to all of us.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry for that, honorable member. Cabo, are you winning on that one? Have you located it? Okay. HOD and your team, can you take us through?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Our response with regard to Resolution 271 of 2021, the Department of Social Development has put the following measures in place in order to avoid the recurrence of the findings with regard to predetermined objectives. Non-cumulative indicators which were previously monitored on an annual basis are now monitored on a quarterly basis to avoid misstatements. The department is currently reviewing on the standard operating procedures on the management of performance information, which includes, among others, the methods of storing the portfolio of evidence for accurate record keeping. Multidisciplinary teams are systematically working with all individual districts to clean up their databases and streamline the reporting systems. The department has, as an interim measure, introduced the quarterly validation database reporting system across all districts to minimize misstatements, thereby improving the accuracy of reports. The quarterly validation database reporting system is being upgraded into a full web-based system, which will address the challenges of paper-based reporting system, which is prone to human error. This will come into effect from the 2022-2023 financial year. With regard to Resolution 272 of 2021, the department has initiated the NPO forums, whose purpose is to capacitate members, discuss challenges related to administration and governance issues. The department conducts monitoring and evaluation visits on a monthly basis to ensure that the NPOs implement programs and projects that they have applied for and approved for funding. When the NPO submit claims, the portfolio of evidence is attached to confirm that the budget is used for what it was intended for, and the payment is in line with what on the service level agreement. Claims not in line with the SLAs are not approved, and all NPOs were informed that in instances where the department suspects that mismanagement and misappropriation of funds had occurred, the department will immediately report the matter to SAPS. The department strongly believes that going forward, the program will receive a better audit rating. With regard to Resolution 273 of 2021, the response by the department is that the department is currently managing the investigations relating to 163,000 on fruitless and wasteful expenditure for 2020-21 financial year. The investigations will be completed during 2022-2023 financial year. The department has concluded the investigations reports for fruitless and wasteful expenditure for 2017-2018. The report recommended that an amount of 4,221 be recovered from employees in respect of after-hours booking and no-show fees in hotels. We are reporting that the whole amount has been recovered from the officials. The investigation in respect for financial year 1920 with 390 transactions have been completed. The report is being prepared for that. The investigation in respect of financial years 2016-2017 with 932 transactions and 2018-2019 with 617 transactions have not commenced. The investigation in respect of 2018-2019 will commence on the 21st of February 2022. It has already commenced. The limited number of officials assigned to do this work made it difficult for the department to expedite this process of investigation. The losses resulting from fruitless and wasteful expenditure not recovered from liable persons. We do have a report with regard to report number 2 of 2020-2021, and there are recommendations in terms of each finding. The response by the department is that the misconduct disciplinary action was recommended in terms of the investigation report, and then And in terms of recoveries, an amount of 4,259 has been fully recovered from officials. An amount of 1,565 has been reversed by the travel agents. And then an amount of 6,178 has been condoned. The department continues to provide supply chain management training to the officials, the training on supply chain management to the officials working at SCM in order to ensure that there is compliance with the relevant prescripts. The department has also instituted supply chain management forums where all finance and SCM from head office and districts are converging to discuss critical matters such as new instruction notes and treasury regulations. With regard to Resolution 274 of 2021, the response by the department is that there was a consultant that was appointed by Treasury to assist the department to start with the process of condonation of irregular expenditure. However, this process was disturbed by COVID-19 and that the appointed person had to undergo isolation. So this was not finalized, but that person has already started as in February 2022. We are expecting the task to be finalized as soon as possible. The findings, recommendations, and disciplinary action has been taken with regard to those completed investigations. The department continues to provide training to supply chain management officials to ensure compliance with the relevant prescripts as indicated above. For example, the department has instituted supply chain management forums, as I indicated above. The department has also appointed and trained bid committees in bid committee members, and that the bids are causing irregular expenditure were advertised, that were causing irregular expenditure were advertised, evaluated, and adjudicated. They are now at the award stage. In the interim, short-term contracts were put in place in order to curb recurring and accumulating irregular expenditure. The assessment of overspending on capital projects by 7.769 million is still being conducted. With regard to Resolution 275 of 2021, the response by the department is that with regard to the progress on misconduct hearing to date, with regard to the irregular procurement of PPEs and blankets, would want to respond that out of 12 officials that were charged with misconduct, the progress is as follows. One official who as an SMS member resigned before the forensic report was issued. Another SMS member passed away in August 2020 before the report was issued. 2 officials were charged with misconduct since there was were not charged with misconduct because there was no evidence linking them to wrongful actions or omissions. One official was found guilty on the 18th of November 2020. A sanction of final written warning was pronounced. The official was transferred to another section where there is no dealing with finance-related matters. One official was found guilty on the 10th of May 2021, and a sanction of demotion from salary level 7 to salary level 6 was pronounced. The official was transferred to another section where there is no dealing with finance-related matters. One official was also found guilty on the 31st of May 2021, and a sanction of demotion was pronounced from assistant director to salary level 8, which is a senior admin officer. The official was further sanctioned 2-month suspension without pay. The official was also transferred to another office where they will be not dealing with finance-related matters. One official who was an SMS member resigned on the 29th of June 2021 before his disciplinary matter was finalized. So currently we have 4 officials whose matters have not yet been finalized. The 3 of the SMS members, their hearing are as follows. It was on the 3rd of December 2021, and has been postponed to March 2022 to the 5th of April 2022, which is next week. And then a disciplinary matter of one official who is also an SMS member was last heard in December 2021, and then the matter was postponed to 14th to the 18th of February 2022. So the latest as far as this matter is concerned is that the matter will sit tomorrow on the 25th of March, and then another one on the 4th, from the 4th to the 15th of July 2022. With regard to Resolution 276 of 2021, the response by the department is as follows. With regard to Program 1 administration, we overspent by 5.667 million. Spending in terms of which was 101% of the final appropriation after the post-adjustment estimate environment of 7.056 million from goods and services in Program 5 to the same category under this program. The overspending was mainly as a result of overspending against compensation of employees due to cost of living adjustment budget cuts that were undertaken against this category, in the second adjustment estimate being too high. The overspending was further attributable to spending pressures against property payments as a result of security service costs that were higher than anticipated, and the increasing need for the services due to new service points being opened with the aim of bringing services closer to the communities. Program 3, which is children and families, there was an overall underspend by 74.5 million. The spending was 95.4% of the final appropriation. The department did not undertake any post-adjustment estimate environments against this program. The overspending was against compensation of employees and was due to the high cost of living adjustment budget cuts that were undertaken against this category during the second adjustment estimate being too high. On Program 4, which is restorative services, there was an over expenditure by 17.206 million. The spending was 104.6% of the final appropriation. This overspending was mainly as a result of overspending against compensation of employees, as I indicated in the above programs. And the overspending was further attributable to higher than budgeted spending against transfers and subsidies to non-profit organizations as a result of gender-based violence shelters and white door centers being inadequately funded. This category was increased in the second adjustment estimate after it was established that the department was experiencing spending pressures as a result of reprioritization undertaken in the special adjustment estimates. However, the budget increase was not sufficient to cover the demand for services. Environment's post-adjustment estimate, the department undertook post-adjustment estimates environments mainly aimed at eliminating overspending at program level to ensure that there is no unauthorized expenditure as far as possible. The over-expenditure at program level was not able to be fully eliminated due to PFMA and Treasury regulations limitations, as the underspending was mainly in respect of the conditional grant as well as specifically and exclusively appropriated funding. The environments were undertaken as follows. For example, with regard to Program 5, Development and Research was decreased from 21.056 million relating to the savings against goods and services against various items such as S&T, training and development, as well as catering, departmental activities, amongst others. These savings resulted from lower spending against these items as a result of COVID-19 restrictions. These funds were moved to goods and services in Program 1, administration 7.056 0.056 million, and Program 2 Social Welfare Services, which is 14 million, to offset over expenditure resulting from property payments as well as consumable suppliers, which includes provision for food vouchers to be distributed to destitute families as part of department's response to COVID-19. All environments were in line with Section 43 of the PFMA, Section 6.3 of the Treasury Regulations, as well as National Treasury Guidelines. As a corrective action, the department directed that all responsible managers closely monitor their spending trends in order to avoid unnecessary over-expenditure. Resolution 277 of 2021, the Department of Social Development, grants management underspending of 91.24 million on ECD grant. The response is that the rollover of 79.971 million was approved, and an amount of 33.421 million has been spent as at 31st January 2022. We must indicate, honorable members, that there is a challenge with regard to ECD approved applicants that have not come forth for their applications to be verified and paid. The application process was administered by the National Department of Social Development. The department was only receiving approved applications through batches. Out of 5,055 approved applications, as per report by the National Department of Social Development, 1,866 applications have not been received. The other 251 whose applications were received have not been paid due to various reasons that include incorrect bank accounts, incorrect identity documents, incorrect or not known contact details, and ECD practitioners that were not known by those ECDs. The department is currently assisting the applicants through help desk operating in all service offices to comply. The majority of the applicants for the stimulus funds cannot be traced using the information that they supplied when their applications were processed. As a way of improving expenditure of the ECD grant, the department has issued an advertisement on media awareness on ECD stimulus package in 5 different radio stations in the province, where we're pleading with all those who have applied and not yet paid to come forward to the department so that the payments can be processed. The failure of applicants to come forward will therefore result in the department not spending the entire amount of a conditional grant is allocated to the province. With regard to Resolution 278, 2021, the response is that the investigation of state-owned vehicles for the period 2015 to 2017 is as follows. There were findings and recommendations with regard to case number 25, 2017 to 2018. The findings implicated the official from one of the offices that is indicated here in Nkandla. The implicated official added and also undertook private trips using state vehicles, and then with the trips that were not authorized to do so, the implicated official deliberately added incorrect trip details in respect of the trips undertaken on trip authorities and on logbooks, and that implicated official constantly abused state-owned vehicles by traveling excessive kilometers when undertaking official trips. So the overall amount involved is 92,364.96. Debt has been registered, and there was no criminal record that was recommended to be instituted by the department. So where are we right now is that the official was charged with misconduct, and the case has been was postponed to the 22nd of February 2022. We can confirm that the case is not yet finalized, but is the case that is still ongoing in terms of the misconduct case for this official. The measures implemented to prevent recurrence, all managers and transport officers have been retrained on fleet management policies and on procedures on management of state vehicles. The department enforces compliance by all officials, and where transgressions or abdication of responsibilities are noted, responsible officials are subjected to consequence management. Recoveries are vigorously done where the department has suffered a loss. With regard to the investigation related to fraud and corruption within the supply chain management, with effect from 2009 to 2020, we can confirm that in terms of the misconduct, there is criminal investigation that were also involved. The overall amount involved is 72 million rand. And then there was a criminal case that was involved. There is a reference number 11705 of 2010 and 212 of 05 2010 in Pietermaritzburg. And both officials that are implicated were found guilty and sentenced to 4 years imprisonment, wholly suspended for 5 years. The misconduct case, one official was charged with misconduct and dismissed in 2018. One official resigned. One official died before being disciplined, and 2 officials were transferred to the Department of Agriculture, and the misconduct case was referred to that department. With regard to allegations of mismanagement of departmental funds by non-profit organizations, the findings and recommendations are listed below. The 3 officials from the NPOs were found to have colluded with amongst themselves to steal funds from the NPO. And then the department has taken actions against the 3 NPO officials. And the department, because it was an NPO, the department had no jurisdiction over the NPO officials, but the board of the NPO was advised to actually discipline the implicated officials. But we were then informed that those officials resigned from the NPO. The board was then also advised to open the criminal case against the 3 former NPO officials. The report did not indicate the actual amount involved. With regard to allegations of irregularities within the appointment of officials within the department, the matter is within the labor court. With regard to the human resource with misconduct cases, 1 official is retired before the matter was finalized. 2 officials exited the department. 1 hearing was finalized in November 2021. Verdict by the chairperson still awaited, and 1 hearing has been postponed to February 2022. It's not yet finalized, but there is a confirmation that it will be finalized before the end of the financial year. And then in terms of the labor court, there was a matter to be referred to the labor court where the appointments to be set aside. The trial date has not yet been confirmed, and the amount involved was not determined. Allegations of fraud and corruption within the department's foster care grant processes. The findings and recommendations are listed below. That funds were fraudulently withdrawn from minors' account by officials employed by the department. And that in terms of the misconduct case, the official was charged with misconduct and a sanction of dismissal was pronounced. In terms of the criminal case was opened at Hlabisa SAPS with that reference number, and the docket has been referred to the senior public prosecutor at Empangeni for a decision. And then on the other matter with regard to the foster care placement, the officials failed to follow due processes at the time of the application, and a potential foster parent reported the case. Official failed to record all the cases on the central register, and the official failed to complete records of the relevant documents. And department was recommended that must consider instituting disciplinary actions against those officials and also recover money from foster parents of both children to the tune of 384,000, and then the department to implement a robust auditing process to manage foster care court orders that have expired. And that we can also report that with regard to the misconduct case on these matters, one official is deceased, one official resigned, and one could not be charged with misconduct due to lack of evidence linking her to the acts of misconduct. With regard to the criminal case, it was opened at Eshowe, SAPS, and the case is still under investigation. With regard to the civil case, the department did not suffer direct loss, but the foster parents have signed acknowledgement of debt, and the same has been forwarded to SASSA for debt recovery. In terms of the findings on the other matter, which is 12 of 2015, the department, in terms of the recommendation, was that it must consider instituting a disciplinary action against 16 social workers, and that the department to consider instituting criminal action against 3 social workers, and also to recover foster care grant money that were paid to foster parents for irregular applications amounting to 131,000. And also to ensure that the foster care grant payment is stopped with regard, since the parents had come up with fictitious birth certificates that were used to apply for foster care grant, and also consider reassessing the foster care grant applications processes to close the gaps. So the misconduct case has been completed in terms of the investigation, and the hearing date is being finalized. And in terms of the criminal case, the matter was reported at Umbumbulu SAPS, and the matter is under investigation. As I indicated above, the amount involved is 131,000. In terms of the case 1 of 2016, with regard to also foster care grant as well, the recommendation was that they must stop the foster care grant payment to a foster parent, since a fictitious birth certificate was used for foster care grant application, and that the department must institute disciplinary proceedings against 4 social workers, and that the department must also lay criminal charges against 3 social workers, and that the department must implement a system to ensure that all expenditure is constantly monitored. With regard to the misconduct case, 2 officials are now deceased and 1 official has resigned. In terms of the criminal case, on this one, the criminal case was opened at Emahlabatini with the Emahlabatini SAPS. With regard to the civil case, the matter has been forwarded to SASSA for implementation of debt recovery, and the amount involved here is 51,740. In terms of the allegations of fraud and corruption with home community-based services, this relates to Sinawe Community Foundation, which has poor record keeping in terms of the findings, and that they were unable to obtain documents that were requested for investigation. The recommendation was that the suspension of funding by the Department of Social Development to this NPO, and that disciplinary proceedings to be considered against the officials that are implicated, and that civil recovery against 4 management committee members be instituted, that is the project manager as well as the identified supplier, and open a criminal investigation against the people that are implicated on this matter. We can also, as part of the progress based on this matter, is that the 3 officials implicated have been disciplined, and they all received a written warning. And 1 criminal, in terms of the criminal case, it was opened at Ikopo SAPS, and the matter is under investigation. With regard to civil recoveries, the department will use Section 300 of the Criminal Procedure Act upon successful conviction to recover defrauded funds. The amount that is involved here is 1.1 million by this NPO. With regard to allegations of irregularities in the procurement of blankets and personal protective clothing for COVID-19 in respect of the case 2020, I have in the beginning I have highlighted the progress as far as this matter, which then indicate the officials that are implicated, and that only 4 officials now are still waiting for their matter to be finalized. But it's important to indicate the amount that is involved. Maybe even the nature of the finding was that the procurement process was irregular, and that quotations from one service providers was changed 3 times in each instance, and that the delivery of plastic hand pumps were not per quantity and indicated in the delivery notes, and the final payment of 1.7 million to one service provider was made on the 4th of May before the final delivery, which then took place on the 11th of May 2020. The amount involved here is 22.4 million for blankets and 7.3 million for PPEs. The criminal cases were opened in Pietermaritzburg with these reference number 227 and 228 of July 2020. The cases are investigated by the Special Investigation Unit and the Hawks. And then on the 21st of December, SAPS reported that the National Prosecution Authority has declined to prosecute on the cases 228 for the reason nolly prosecuted, and the blankets case has been withdrawn, and the docket has been closed. The decision on the PPE case has not been made. But I think the latest information is that there was also nolly prosecutor on the other case as well. In terms of the civil case, the report the report did not recommend civil recovery against any official, but with regard to the blankets, 2 companies agreed to pay back some money to the department. These are the 2 companies, Zain Brothers, which was made a commitment to pay 718,550, as well as Rosetta Investment, who then made a commitment to pay 864,000 to the department. And then the SIU has received the payment from these 2 companies, and then the commitment by the SIU was that this amount of money that was recovered will be paid to the department's account. It has not yet been paid, but the commitment was that it will be paid before the end of March 2022. The misconduct cases is, as I indicated earlier on, is the same report because it involved all the 12 officials and how their matters have been handled, and only 4 officials whose matters have not yet been finalized. The Special Investigation Unit has also commenced with a process to initiate recoveries from companies that supply the personal protective equipment, and the SIU has served the listed hereunder notices of motions to recover the amounts as hereunder. We have the list of all the companies that the SIU wrote to in order to cover a certain amount, which then equals to 4.62 million rand. Measures implemented to prevent recurrence, we've indicated that we have strengthened our systems within the supply chain management. I think what also has assisted as the employment of the supply chain management director to ensure that there is compliance in this area, and that we have provided training to supply chain management officials to ensure that there is compliance with the prescripts that include officials at head office, in districts, and everyone, and in ensuring that there is compliance with the instruction notes and treasury regulations. Ongoing risk assessment exercises are conducted throughout the department in order to identify emerging risks, develop and monitor implementation of action plans, and also to manage the risks that are identified. Ongoing reviews of adequacy and effectiveness of controls designed and implemented by the department to mitigate identified risks. The department also implement recommendations made by the provincial internal audit services for improvement on identified weaknesses within control systems. The department holds accountable all officials who have been implicated in any misconduct. With regard to Resolution 290 of 2021, which refers to transversal resolutions on the filling of critical posts, the department has been able to obtain approval to advertise and fill 41 critical vacant posts for 2021-22 financial year. Although we have mentioned that 142 posts need to be filled, but we could not fit the rest of them because of limited budget. As we indicate in the next slide, that the department will not be in a position to fill the remainder of critical posts due to insufficient budget of the compensation of employees. The situation has exacerbated by the fact that the allocation for 2022-23 is about 61.8 million less than the one for 2021-2022 allocation. The department will continuously monitor budget expenditure and reprioritize the filling of posts in 2022-2023. With regard to Resolution 291 of 2021, compliance with HR matters, the response is that we, as the Department of Social Development, we have signed a performance agreement with 85.7% staff. We've done 97.6% security vetting and 100% submission of financial disclosures, and also 100% verification of the qualifications in the department. And then the explanation per each item is indicated here under, for example, the total number of 42 SMS members. Out of 42 SMS members, 36 SMS members were able to sign their performance agreements before the due date, which was the 31st of May 2021. Those that did not sign are those that are not in because of the being on suspension regarding the procurement of blankets and PPEs. There's one who resigned by the 29th of June 2021 as indicated above. One also SMS members was not able to sign the performance agreement due to the fact that she has been critically ill and on sick leave since 11th of January 2021 and has since started returned to work this month as in February 2022. With regard to the security vetting of SMS, we have vetted 4 officials have valid security vetting certificates, and the vetting documents for the other 37 members have been submitted for State Security Agency for processing. Signing off disclosure, I think I've indicated that they have all signed and within the deadline date, which was the 31st of May 2021, which was then 100% compliance in terms of what was expected of them. The verification of qualifications, as we have indicated, that they were also verified. We have only 4 officials who are at an SMS level who were found to be at NQF level 6 instead of NQF level 7. The SMS members were appointed at a time when the minimum requirement, if you be director, was at a degree or a national diploma. But these 4 officials were issued with formal notification for them to upgrade their qualifications to NQF level 7 as per the new directive by the Department of Public Service and Administration, and the matter is being monitored. With regard to also transversal resolution on officials doing business with the state, The department continues to provide training to SCM officials to ensure that there is compliance. In terms of the central database that we have, it is checked each time when the award is made to verify and ensure that employees, officials employed by the state or their companies are not awarded tender or contract. All suppliers were checked against the department's of Public Service and Administration website to determine whether they are not employed by the state institution. But be that as it may, the department received notification from the Department of Public Service Commission that relating to 2 senior managers who were registered as directors of companies. This was brought to their attention and both have resigned as directors. The companies they were involved in were not reported to have conducted business with the state. The SMS members complied with instructions to resign their directorship and no consequence management was applied. The Auditor General also reported 3 officials who were business partners, companies who did business with other departments and not with us as social development. And 1 official is deceased and 2 of the officials are currently in service. The 2 officials were informed in writing on the 23rd of November 2021 of the Auditor General's finding, and they were asked to provide reasons why they cannot be charged with misconduct for failure to comply with Section 30 of the Public Service Act of 1994. And both have denied knowledge of the alleged business partners, and the investigation is continuing with a view to charge them with misconduct. The transgressions are under investigation. On completion, of officials will be charged with misconduct and appropriate sanctions will be taken. And thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members.
Thank you very much, HOD. Very detailed presentation. Honorable members, I don't know whether I've got some questions and comments. I see the hand of Honorable Rogers, the hand of Honorable Kaula, the hand of Honorable Shinga, the hand of Honorable Zulu, the hand of Honorable Swartboy Ntombela. Any other hand, Cabo, if you could assist me. These are the 5 hands, or the Honorable Chairperson. Your hand is recognized. Thank you, honorable members, in that order, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me at the outset say these responses to these resolutions are going to give me sleepless nights, because it's almost as though this department is infected by criminals. I thought the Department of Agriculture had problems. My God, it's nothing compared to what social development is dealing with. And in fact, the mandate for social development is for social uplifting. But if you listen to this report, 90% of the report and the responses to the resolutions are dealing with theft, criminal activity, corruption. It beggars belief. Chairperson, I'm shocked. Look, I must also give the department some credit in that there's something happening. But I don't think there's enough happening. I think if you want to turn this department around, you've got to stop playing softball with the criminal elements and those officials who are out to enrich themselves. You've got to stop saying, well, we'll reduce your salary. We'll move you into another department. Those days are over. If you have officials that are non-compliant and are breaking the law, they must go. And they must never come back into another government department. They must go into the private sector and go and see if they can steal there. They know they won't steal in the private sector because they'll end up in jail. But in government, if you steal, you get away with it. I'm horrified, Chairperson. You know, if I start with the blanket saga, and I look at that, I mean, that we all know was absolutely blatant. Then I see that the National Prosecuting Authority has decided they're not going to prosecute. And I say to myself, how are we ever going to build a capable and ethical state? Then I hear that the two companies will pay back some money, which is great. What I want to hear is that those companies are blacklisted from ever doing business with government again. What I want to hear is that the directors of those two companies are blacklisted and will never ever do business with the government again. To steal money and then repay it, that to me is just unacceptable. And then if you look at the officials involved, the sort of sanctions against those officials, we're dealing with 200 million here, if I'm not mistaken, 22 million, my apologies. We're dealing with 22 million here. And I look at some of the officials have moved on, some have died, probably better off dying than sticking around. But we're taking so long for consequence management that people believe they can get away with it. And there's still 4 officials whose misconduct cases have yet to be finalized. And to me, Chair, that's indicative of the problem. Here was blatant theft when this province was in a crisis, and yet we seem to be unable to be able to literally chop people's heads off who've been responsible for theft. They just stick around. Let me go back to some of the other issues I wanted to raise, Chair, and if I can go up to page 2, and it's resolution 273. Let me just get it quickly. Okay, so here's a simple question. Here we've got departmental officials who are no-shows. So in other words, we book them accommodation. They decide for whatever reason they're not going to show. Normally you have to give 24 hours cancellation. So unless it's an emergency or a crisis, they should be there. Now, the department's going to cover an amount of 5,240 Rand, which is great. What I'd like to know from the department, how many of these officials who are no-shows are repeat offenders? Because I may be an official and I might have an emergency at home and I can't show up at a hotel. I want to know how many of these officials do the same thing over and over. Because I have a feeling we've got repeat offenders when it comes to this. So if you look at resolution 275 on page 5, here is a perfect example. This is resolution 274 is the one I'm referring to. And it's prior years of irregular expenditure of 822 million Rand, not yet condoned. That's prior years. So I'm assuming that goes back as far as 2018, 2017. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Now, that's 4 or 5 years ago, and still the matter hasn't been dealt with. And then they say the assessment of overspending on capital projects by 7.769 million is still being conducted. It's taking too long. That's why we're not turning these departments around. And then you go and you look at the next resolution, resolution 275. One official resigned before the forensic report was issued. We hear this as Scopa continually by all departments. And that's because your consequence management is too slow. It's for no other reason. Then I go into resolution 276. And this is unauthorized expenditure. Now, Chair, one of the things that the Finance Committee raised about 3 years ago, one of the resolutions, and this was to try and monitor and play our oversight when it comes to over expenditure. One of the resolutions that committee implemented was that monthly cash flow projections and cash flow expenditure would be submitted to committees, to your committee. My question is, are you doing that? And has it been done? Because that's a standing resolution. It's all very well tell us that you're taking corrective steps within the department to monitor spending trends, but part of our responsibility here is to do oversight. And we asked for that, and I'm not aware of any committee that's actually complied with that. Then you go on to Resolution 277, and that's the underspending of 91.2 million on the ECD grant. Now, you say at the bottom that the failure of applicants to come forward will result in this department not spending the entire application. You've currently spent 33 million as at 31 January. Can Scopa then take it you're not going to spend this budget? And if you're not going to spend it, what is the projected underspend going to be of that? Page 8, Chair, and I'm almost done. Okay, here's another prime example what I believe is poor consequence management. Investigation on a state-owned vehicle, period 2015 to 2017. My apologies, Chair. This implicated official added trips and undertook private trips in a state-owned vehicle. He deliberately added incorrect trip details, whole host of things. To me, it's criminal, amounting to 92,000 rand. The debt has been registered. I can't see anything else in the report that says there's going to be a consequence. The official was charged with misconduct. The case was postponed till 22 February 22. But this is 2015 to 2017, and it's taken so long. Thank you, Chair. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members, honorable MEC, HOD and the department. Thanks for the presentation, HOD. I'm also as scared as the Honorable Rogers, Chairperson. Don't know whether we should be running away. The department is scaring us. Chairperson, HOD, you are talking about, I can see now why the MEC spoke like she spoke on the slow pace of investigations, on your response to 273. For example, you are saying you have completed 390 transactions. You are still going to start investigations on 932 transactions and again 617 transactions. Hi, Con. So it makes me understand then why the MEC spoke like that. But I don't know, as government, can you speak about these things? Because for as long as government is not serious about following up people who are transgressors in whatever way, people are going to continue taking government work for granted and doing as they wish and get away with it because they know that nothing is going to happen to them. And then, Chairperson, there's a serious issue in this department of people who do wrong and jump ship. It's on page 5. One person jump ship, they resign. There is one on page 9, there is one on page 10, another one on page 10, another one on page 12, another one on page 14. What I want to know, HOD, is when people resign, what steps do you then take after that so that it's not like it's the end of the road? Because they can resign, but they still remain South Africans who have done wrong in the department, and they still have to answer for the wrongs they have done to the people of South Africa. And then the rollover that you are speaking about on page 7, you say that you underspent on ECDs by whatever 91 million, and then you applied for a rollover of 79 million, and up to now you have only utilized 33 million. And the reason you are giving there is that out of your 5,055 organizations, you have not received applications for the 1,866. Now it makes me wonder on two issues. One, how reliable is your stats on your total number of ECDs? And two, since the ECDs will be migrating to education on the 1st of next month, which is 2 weeks down the corner, what will happen to this issue? Where will this money that is still outstanding be located? Is it going to go to education, for education to wait for those 1,866 and see if they do come out, or is it going to remain with you? But my biggest worry is the reliability of your stats. You cannot have so many people not coming up to want to get money. 1,866 organizations. It makes me question the reliability of the stats, Chair. And then lastly, Chair, the blanket saga. The paying back the money by those two companies, what is it called? Is it acknowledgement of what? What are they acknowledging? You know, I'm a businessman, we do a transaction, you give me money, and you want to go to court, and I decide to say, no, let me give you back something. What is the name of this thing, legally speaking? Where does the department stand, and what is going to be the follow-up? The name of this animal, what is it that is being acknowledged? What do you call it? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you and the members and the officials from the department. The first issue I want to raise is on Resolution 278. I'll try and summarize it. I look at the amount there of about 73 million. You talk about issues of cover-ups in terms of companies and paying of kickbacks. I'm just concerned that you mentioned there that it was discovered through the computer system or computer information that somehow that official was linked to these companies. So my question is, what computer information? My understanding would be you're talking maybe of CSD or back then the KZN database. So I also understand that computer information should have told us or should have given that information at the awarding stage, not now when we do the investigations. So if you please clarify there, that is Resolution 278 of 2021 on allegations and fraud. And then the second issue is still on 278 of 2021. RF 36 of 2015. There's an issue there with an NPO, Pfma to be specific. And then you have made it clear on your findings that DSD does not have jurisdiction over NPO employees. I'm taking it from your report. And then on your recommendations, before I get to recommendations, the officials or the management of the NPO failed to open criminal cases against those officials. What does that mean? What made them fail? What happened? I don't understand. You just said they failed to open the criminal cases. And then the report you also tell us that the amount was not indicated on the report. I don't want to believe that, because for us to say that that NPO did something wrong in as far as funds are concerned, there is no way that we don't know how much was misused. Or so I have a question there, please. How much was spent there? And then I'm now on the recommendations and findings. I've already said that. You said your report says something that we all know, that you don't have jurisdiction over the employees of the NPO. But then on your recommendations, you say DSD to take actions against the 3 NPO officials. Then how do we take action if we don't have jurisdiction? So there's a bit of confusion there. And then still on that issue, I'm trying to find consistent or understand the way you do things. On another case, on the same resolution, FR4 of 2016, there is another organization there, Sinawe Community Foundation. And then in recommendation yakona, you said you consider, you say suspension of funding from the KZN DSD. Now I'm looking at the consistency. On that other one, we can't take action against the 3 officials. On that one, there is a recommendation of suspension of funding from the KZN DSD. So please provide clarity there. And then the last one, Chairperson, is the filling of critical post, Resolution 29 of 2021. I am on the senior management post. There were 3 posts of the directors, and then 1 director is said, according to the report, we have started on the 1st of March 2022. If you confirm with us if indeed that post has been filled. And then there is the 2, your report says the process is ongoing. And then the one for the CFO, again, on page 21, it says the process is ongoing. So my question is, at which stage now is the process? If we say ongoing, where are we with the process? Thank you very much, Chair.
Makeba, are you next?
Yes, Chair. Chairperson, thank you. Greetings to HOD and senior management and the MEC. I think she's still around. Let me welcome firstly the response given by the HOD and the officials. I think we have done your work in ensuring that you get the correct information as AG has raised. Yeah, it's true that corruption, of course, is just it's a nut which is hard to crack. You can climb the mountains, but it will always come in various ways, Chairperson. When you look to Resolution 277, the department is raising the issue that they are failing to access the information from the national, from those people who have applied to the stimulus package. I think it's not enough. The department should have got enough resources to get this information, to get these people who have applied. I think they have not yet done enough to get the data or to get these people who have just for this stimulus package, because it seems as if this money or these funds will always be there and unused until the financial year ends. Of course, we are embarrassed as KZN, and when you look to the huge theft taking place by officials of the department, colluding with the private companies, stealing the money that is supposed to do service delivery for our people. And also you can see now that Chairperson, the NPO is the fertile ground for thugs or for people to steal. Now I know now that why most people have NPO certificates. I was just wondering why everyone, when you ask somebody, I've got an NPO. Now you can see now that's the where they are getting this money. You see, nalo you may say NPO uzodla ngayo. And then it seems as if also there are gaps when we issue this foster care grant. There are gaps that we need to close as a department. Because when you look to the applicants, there are temptations by the officials or social workers which they used to get this foster care grant. And you will find that the people who are supposed to benefit from this foster care grant, they don't. Because either way around, the officials have just steal this money of the foster care. Of course, it's a lot of money. I'm worried, Chairperson, with the posture that is taken by NPA in terms of dealing with the cases from the government. The government is trying by all means to capture or to cap corruption, but NPA on the other side is blocking the government to deal with the corruption. Now, we will find that a department or the government now is dirty or is contaminated by these NPA people who are refusing to prosecute those who have done wrongs. I think this one, Chairperson of the Scopa, should deal with the NPA directly in ensuring that these cases must be returned to the office of the Chief Prosecuting Authority and deal with these cases. We can't lose this amount of money that has been stolen from the government, even if they've recovered or they've returned it to the department. But then they've done with corruption. If we are saying want to stop corruption, let's deal with these corruptees. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ndabezitha. Honorable Chairperson of DSD in KZN, Honorable Sorpoint Ombela, this is your turn now.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, first of all, Chairperson, I want to propose that Scopa Standing Committee should send questions to the relevant committees. And the department, when sending responses to Scopa, they must also send responses to the relevant committees. I'm saying this, Chairperson, because we are always invited to Scopa portfolio committees, but we don't even know what were the questions that were raised by Scopa. We don't know the responses from the department. We only received the responses now in the middle of the meeting. And it makes us it puts us in a very difficult situation, Chairperson, because as the portfolio committee of social development, for instance, we need to do follow up on the responses of the department. But now, if we don't even know what the department is going to answer to Scopa, we are just invited. We are here in the meeting. We don't know the questions. We don't know the responses. It makes us as if we are just rubber stamping, chairperson. And a chairperson on the issue of the responses, as the department is answers some of the responses, they did respond as we asked them, especially on the issue of the procurement and contract of blankets and PPEs. They responded to the portfolio committee. But we also asked the same question that has been asked by another member here, to say you have got an official that was found guilty on the 10th of May 2021, and the official was transferred to another section. So does it mean that what is going on with that official? Because it was the official was found guilty. So we asked we also asked the department to strengthen its consequence management. Another official was found guilty, but that official was demoted. Another official was found guilty, but unfortunately, this official just decided to resign before the investigation. So how is the department going to recover the funds that were used by this official? Those are the questions that some of them we asked, some the department responded to, but some they said the investigation is not completed. They are going to come back to us and report. For instance, on the same issue of this resolution 275, 2021, I thought that it is final now, it's finalized. But now to be told that there are other 4 officials that the department is still dealing with, and those they have not done anything with those officials. Can they tell us what is the way forward? When is this investigation going to be concluded? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kavenda.
Chairperson. Okay, Chairperson, I want to just echo a lot of what the colleagues have said, and I can see the frustration that colleagues have. But I must also say, Chairperson, in fairness to the department, a lot is not done, but a lot has, you can see attempts have been made to deal with what is a historic set of problems in this department. I think we all recall various Scopa hearings where, the previous HOD was here and there were issues around security contracts and things like that. And, there was a beginning of light. So whilst it's not enough, I have to concur with my colleagues here. Whilst it's not enough, we can see some things done. For example, in resolution 272, I think it's resolution 272. In resolution 271, dealing with program 3. I think it's a very, very important thing that they are upgrading to a web-based system, because part of the problem in this department are the human beings who commit all these wrongdoings, right? And a lot of it is to do with human beings having manual access to records and record keeping. So this validation data and upgraded will come into full 22-23 is something which I think we need to take a resolution to follow up on, because as they are saying, it addresses the challenges of a paper-based reporting system. So that one is, I think, a positive move. I want to also, on Resolution 272, transfer of funds to non-profit organization, appreciate what is going on, and to say that we recognize the efforts of both the department as well as the portfolio committee. I know there's been a specific case in my constituency of a non-profit organization, the Durban Association for the Aged, which had, not had financial statements, etc. And both the department and the portfolio committee have got involved in this matter to the extent that they've also suspended funding to the organization until subject to its getting its house in order. And I think we need to have more of such actions, because a lot of the organizations that are out there receiving funding for the most vulnerable in society don't actually do what they are supposed to do. Then, Chairperson, I want to also raise the issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And again, to talk about, I'm not sure how personnel in the department are managed, but if you can have 1,939, this is now my rough count, fruitless and wasteful expenditure transactions, that is very, very serious. Because, they may not be as large amounts, maybe, I don't know, but the fact that you had that number tells you that something is slipping between the cracks. So I think that the department needs to look at also who deals with what, so that you can hold people accountability rather than this global thing about officials. Then Resolution 274, which I want to speak about, which deals with irregular expenditure investigations, and we asked the department what it is doing. We are told that Treasury didn't quite work out in their assisting them to compile their report, and they now say that they were supposed to appoint the service provider who would do this in February 2022. We're now in March 2022, so can we get an update on it, given that the department is saying they expect the task to be finalized by the submission date of the annual financial statements? And then, Chairperson, I also want to raise a note of caution, because with this department, we've had this problem around security contracts and the like. They've said that in order to kind of curb irregular expenditure, they have instituted short-term contracts. They must tell us how they're going to monitor those contracts so that those contracts don't expire and they now get fingered for irregular expenditure because they've not made provision either for renewal or for advertising. What measures are they putting in place there? Sorry, in terms of the procurement of PPE and blankets, this one, of course, is a scandal in the province. There's an SMS member who resigned. I heard all the other stories. Where is this SMS member now? We want a progress report. And then on Resolution 277, the underspending of the ECD grant, I want to echo what Honorable Kaula is saying, because now this function has been transferred to the Department of Education. What happens here? Because the Department of Social Development had approval of a 79.971 rollover. They've only spent 33.421 million. That balance, what happens to it? Do we lose it? Right? Will it be spent by the end of the financial year? What is the way forward on it? And then lastly, in terms of the investigations, I'm interested in the issue of debt recovery. There's a big amount of 92,000 reported on in one of the investigations, and officials went to jail. But in terms of cost recovery, it would be important to see what's going on there. And then on the SCM issues, Resolution 278, Part 2, period 2009 to 2020, there's an amount of 72.8 million involved. And my issue is, why is there no action against these officials apart from the misconduct hearings, right? Criminal action or cost recovery, all those things. And then lastly, 2 officials transferred to Department of Agriculture and Rural Development in terms of the misconduct relating to this. What has happened to that matter? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I am coming to the last Honorable Member, which is Honorable de Klerk.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would like the members of Scopa to please take note that there's a transversal structural problem, it seems, with all the departments that appear in front of us. It's deja vu, it's the same. The inaction and inability for people to take responsibility. It is glaring, it's shouting at us. And we as a committee will fail miserably in our task if we do not identify and deal with it as well as we can. Because if the lower members of a department is not even taken to task and there's not proper consequence management applied, what about the senior management? All these things happens under the auspices of senior management. But there is no responsibility, never, ever. We will not be able to deal with any of these problems if people are not being held responsible. And it's not happening. What are we going to do to make sure that it happens? It is happening in, seems, all the departments in KZN. Who's in control of all these departments? MECs and a cabinet. We can't go on like this. Otherwise, what we are doing is fruitless and wasteful. Just as these departments have fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We have to take action. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I have just been shown that there is Honorable El Gavenda who wants to come in. Come in, Mabrur.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I was wondering whether you will recognize me because my hand has been up for a while now, but thank you. Greetings to the MEC, Honorable MEC, the HOD, and Honorable members of Scopa, as well as my colleagues in the Social Development Portfolio Committee. Chairperson, you know, a lot has been said around the issue of the 22 million rand blankets contract. Chair, my concern has been always that 4 companies were given contracts to supply 12,000 blankets each. Now, of those 4 companies, 2 companies decided to pay back money. Now, my question is, how did they determine what amount will be paid back? And the department just accepted that amount, but not questioning how did they determine what amount they'll pay back. Secondly, Chair, there were 2 other companies that quoted R1 million each, more than the 2 companies that decided to pay back. But yet those other 2 companies, namely LNA Communications and Gibela Investment, they have not agreed to pay back any money. Why is the department not taking up this issue with those 2 companies who quoted R1 million each more for the supply of 12,000 blankets, but they have not agreed to pay back anything? So the department is actually losing money here, the state is losing money, and nothing is being done about that. Chair, with regard to Resolution 278, 2 officials were transferred to the Department of Agriculture. And I see that the case has now been transferred to Department of Agriculture. Why? Why should those cases be transferred? This is a transgression that was committed whilst they were in the Department of Social Development. And really, social development should be following up on those 2 cases. Chair, then with regard to supply chain management, you know, there were so many transgressions by officials that were employed by supply chain management, but yet they have transgressed the treasury regulations, the PFMA and so on, but very soft action is taken against them. So Chair, we would like the HOD to tell Scopa why is it that these issues are not taken seriously and we are losing money. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Just two issues before the department responds to so many questions. The first one, because of the delay of more than an hour for the start of this hearing, I should have thanked you for your patience, waiting for more than an hour for the hearing to start. I don't know why I missed out. Just to thank you for your patience. That's the first thing that I wanted just to clear, which I missed during that time. Then the second thing, the request by the chairperson of DSD, I don't see any problem, Cabo and other coordinators to share responses that come. So Nomangwe should not have a problem of approaching the chairperson of, the secretary of Scopa and then request for responses. I don't see any problem as far as that is concerned. I don't see Cabo Kwanas refusing to share with the colleague the responses that have come from the department. So HOD and your team, we're handing over to you to respond to the questions that were posed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Scopa. We will be responding to the questions as the team. I would like to start with a response with regard to the question on the conditional grant, because most of the honorable members also, they did also ask this question, indicating concerns that it's a conditional grant, but we are unable to spend that money that was given to the province with regard to ECD stimulus package. May we clarify, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, that this conditional grant, as much as the grant was given to the province, it was administered by the National Department of Social Development. The National Department of Social Development contracted a company that was taking applications online to be given the ECD stimulus grant. So you find that some of the people who applied are not even working within the ECD space. Some are ordinary non-profit organizations. So when we had our own meeting with the National Department raising the concerns, we were saying that if maybe we were given an opportunity as the province to actually identify the ECDs to benefit from this grant, it was going to be much better, because we know the ECDs, we know those that are registered and funded, and those that are unregistered and unfunded, and those that are registered and not funded. So we do have a database of those. So you find that it was not, we were at the tail end as the province in terms of ensuring that those that have applied, we are given the batches. So when you get the batch of those that come from your province, you then have to confirm them. Some of them, you find that, as I indicated, are not even working within an ECD space. Some have had wrong ID numbers. So we couldn't just issue the ECD stimulus package to anyone who was not part of the criteria that was there. So that was the unfortunate part, that the National Department was responsible for this, not only for KZN, for other provinces as well. And it was a mammoth task for them as well. So we do want to indicate, maybe as we clarify this, also clarifying the concern by Honorable Kaula, that the database that we are giving to the Department of Education, It's a very straight database because it's based on the ECDs that we work with, those that have registered and funded, and those that we know are registered but maybe not funded, and those that are part of the conditional grant as well, because conditional grant was two ways, is those that assist in terms of the access, and then the other one is conditional grant with regard to the infrastructure so that they are registered as a place of care that they are able to take care of the children, because you find that as they do the registration, the ECDs, some couldn't get full registration because maybe there are infrastructure related matters, the windows, the toilets, and so on. So we have all that database. And in fact, we can confirm that we have shared with the Department of Education the database of all the children in all the ECDs that are in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So that is the challenge that we have in terms of the ECD stimulus package. We will not be in a position to finish that conditional grant because of the reasons that we have indicated. Because it is the second round, we strongly believe that is the money that will be maintained at a national level. I don't think they will roll over that allocation. If they do, it will go to the Department of Education, but not to the Department of Social Development. We can confirm that today we are 9 days away from the end of the financial year, where the ECD function will move to the Department of Education. And then with regard to I think with regard to ECDs, we have covered all the questions from other honorable members. There was a question, a concern from the chairperson of the portfolio committee for the Department of Social Development. Maybe we need to clarify that those officials whose matters are still outstanding, there are 4 in all with regard to the issue of PPEs and the blankets. It's not an investigation that is outstanding. What is outstanding now is the disciplinary processes in terms of labor relations. They are appearing before a disciplinary committee where there is a presiding officer, the investigating officers, and so on, where their matters is being heard and listened to. The unfortunate part is that it takes longer than we wanted, because you find that as they agree on the dates for the next hearing, then it takes longer. But the investigation was done and finalized. We're not referring to investigations now. Is the hearing, is the disciplinary hearing that is taking place that we reported on. With regard to why the officials, in terms of the question by Honorable Governor L. Governor, the officials that are transferred to the Department of Agriculture, we cannot, as the Department of Social Development, discipline them now that they are no longer with us. But what we do, we transfer, we submit the reports to the other accounting officer to say these officials are working for your department now. These were the transgressions that took place whilst they're working with us. Please continue in terms of doing the disciplinary processes in terms of the Labor Relations Act. So that is the rationale that the matter was transferred to in writing to the Department of Agriculture. I want to request my colleague, the acting CFO, to take over in terms of the other question. We'll come back, as well as the DDG. But there's one thing that I want to confirm that Honorable Shiba asked with regard to the appointment of the officials that we're saying. There's one who was supposed to start in March. The one that was supposed to start in March, it couldn't start in March, is starting on the 1st of April, starting in April, which is the director responsible for finance and budgets in the department. With regard to the CFO, the process is still on in terms of the appointment of the CFO, because the CFO that we have, Mr. Mngomezulu, with us is acting as the CFO, and we've requested him to support the department. Otherwise, has requested to go on retirement. So we are at his mercy as we requested him to be with us until we get the CFO. May I request, Dlakadla, that you then take the other questions and the DDG will come in. We also have Dr. Klaba, who will also respond to some of the questions. Thank you very much. Dlakadla.
Thank you very much, HOD. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. We welcome the questions from the Honorable members, and we can hear their concern. And the concern mentioned is also our concern as the management of the department, because no one would like to support things to go wrong. We all want everything to be done in accordance with the prescripts laid down of how to manage the finances of the department. With regard to no-shows that Honorable Member Rogers mentioned, we will not have the number of repeat offenders at this stage, but we will provide the information. We were not ready for that question. With regard to the submission of the cash flows to the portfolio committee, yes, that request was relayed to the department, and we implemented it. The cash flow is submitted. But what happens is that we're still feeling the effects of the budget cuts. As we mentioned in our report, that the overspending occurred as a result of the budget cuts that were effected under compensation of employees, and we have in many times mentioned that in relation to security services, the department has a problem. We do not have adequate budget there, and it is a pressure. And we have reported it to the provincial treasury requesting additional funding. And we have done much reprioritization within the vote to try and provide for the security. But it's still not adequate, because as a department we are also expanding to try to bring the services to the communities, closer to the communities, and by so doing, the structures that we are developing in those areas need to be safeguarded. So it's a problem that we are having. In relation to our slow pace in the investigations of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure by Honorable Kaula, we want to speed up with this process. We indicated that we are operating with limited officials. That is why our pace is so slow, because this process involves, because if you see the 932 transactions that are reflected there are the number of officials of which the investigating officers will have to go and sit with each of these officials and ask the reason why did you not show up when you were booked at the hotel. So, and that discussion is not going to be finalized quicker. And considering also the number of officials that we have in the department that are allocated to do the work, as our Honorable MEC indicated in her opening remarks, that the department doesn't have capacity in terms of human resource because we have that limited budget. I don't want to mourn more about the budget cuts, but what was done to us as social development in terms of compensation of employees, I don't know. Treasury is aware even that even the year that we are starting next week, we do not have enough to pay for the warm bodies. As we indicated, that our current budget for compensation of employees is less by 61 million in 22-23. All right, with regard to the funding or the money that is to be paid back by the SIU, which was recovered to 2 service providers. We received a correspondence from SIU, which required the department to submit the the bank account for the department. We provided them with that information, but up to today we have not received the money. And this issue of the investigation of this corruption that relates to the PPEs and the blanket was given to the SIU to investigate, and they are the ones who determine how much each service provider is to pay back. It's not the department, because we not partake in how that process goes. I'm not sure whether I am leaving anything with regard to irregular expenditure. Yes, the update on irregular expenditure. We are busy as a department. We have the consultants that we hired, and we are striving to meet the deadline of the 31st of March. That by the end of March, we should, as a department, have submitted. We have submitted a certain amount to be condoned to provincial treasury, but our main deadline is that by the 31st of May, we should have finalized the issue of irregular expenditure. Should have submitted the other submissions to provincial treasury for condonation. And they are also working with us at provincial treasury to try and help us, because most of these irregular expenditure, some of it accumulated because of the appeals that the department had after it had done all the work of evaluating and adjudicating and awarding, and the appeals stall the process, and then irregular expenditure continued to accumulate. So we are fighting to try and resolve the issue of irregular expenditure. And in terms of the short-term contracts, that we mentioned that in order to curb the irregular expenditure continuing, we implemented the short-term contract mode where we appoint to service provider using the quotations because the amount to go on tender is the limit now is 1 million. So we are using this 1 million, 1 million to source the quotations of the service provider to assist us with the security, and while we are finalizing the issue of appointing the service provider for the long term. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members.
Chairperson, Dr. Klaba here. I'm going to talk about the issue of the predetermined objectives, the non-financial performance, where we have been found wanting in terms of the misstatements in some of the targets as we were reporting on a quarterly basis. This has been an albatross around our necks over the last 2 years or so, simply because our systems have largely been manual, paper-based, and very, very cumbersome for a department of our size and the amount of targets that we have to monitor and report against. And the other challenge with our manual system was the records management system in our various offices, which then gives problems in terms of accuracy, in terms of reporting. As reported in the report presented to honorable members by the HOD, we are migrating to full digitization of our performance management system, which will cover the planning, monitoring, and the reporting so that we ensure accuracy and integrity of our reporting data. At the moment, we are busy cleaning up our databases so that as we migrate to a fully digitized system, we migrate with clean data. We are also busy with customization of the reporting planning and reporting templates. And soon after this, which we're hoping to do next week, would be testing the system. And thereafter, we'll be going on full deployment of the system so that we eliminate all these misstatements caused by human errors, some instances intentional and some instances not intentional. So we're hoping that by migrating to a fully digitized system, we will achieve a clean audit on predetermined objectives. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Oh, Siyabonga Nonkosi. DTG, can you come in on the remaining questions?
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. I'm going to talk on the issue that was raised by Honorable Mr. Zulu in relation to the gaps that are there in terms of foster care grant. One should be able to indicate that in relation to the applications that are done by the department in foster care placement, there is a process that is followed by the department. But one should indicate that the irregularities that sometimes come out of that are due to a process that is followed through a syndicate, because the placement of children in foster care is not only in terms of the Department of Social Development. We've got Home Affairs that is on board. We also have Department of Justice as well as SASSA. If I can just indicate one area which has been indicated in terms of the report, where you find that there are fictitious birth certificates that have been used. Obviously, those have been able to be, issued by the Department of Home Affairs. But in terms of the new Children's Act, what we are using now, we are requesting for unabridged birth certificate, which is then going to be able to indicate the name of the parents now, apart from the death certificates that the parents will be providing. So that is one of the ways that we are trying as a department to ensure that we are keeping that. There is also, I think, a process where you find that the systems will be interfacing, particularly our system, the Department of Home Affairs, as well as USASA, because you will find that in certain instances, the parents are available and are employed. So the system will be able to indicate that the parent is employed. There is also an issue that I want to talk to, or probably before this one, before I go to the next one, I want to indicate that there is also a process that is underway in relation, in the main, with the children that are part of the kinship care, because that is where you find that most of the irregularities are there. We are currently working on a CSG top-up, where all the children that are part of the kinship care are going to be using that process with SASA. But the Department of Social Development will still be there and ensuring that there is an investigation that has been done to ensure that the person that will be making an application in terms of the CSG top-up has really gone through the process of the Department of Social Development. And then the next issue that I want to talk to is the issue of Sinawe, which is one of the NPOs, which was also raised by Honorable Mrs. Shiba, Honorable Shiba, which was talking to the suspension of funding from KZN DSD for Sinawe. One should indicate that as a department, we've got a process also of ensuring that we provide monitoring and evaluation of all the NPOs that are funded by the department. And we are doing this on quarterly basis, which then assists us to be able to pick up if there are any irregularities that are there within that NPO. These are then, further investigated. If there are any that are picked, they are further investigated, and the report out of the findings will then be able to indicate, to give recommendations, which will be able to indicate which actions need to be taken. If I can make an example of this one, in terms of Sinawe, this is a situation whereby the NPO, the whole NPO was involved in corruption, and as a result of that, as a department, we had to be forced, which is it's something that is part of the SLA that we sign with that particular NPO to indicate that should there be any irregularities as a department, we are able to ensure that we are able to suspend the funds and then continue with the investigations. This is what was also followed in relation to this NPO. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members. There was a question by Honorable Kaula. What do you call this process where the companies are paying back the money to government? In terms of the communication from the SIU, although I don't have the communication with me here, is that these companies acknowledged that they overcharged the department when they were given that those orders to actually supply the blankets. So then that's why then they paid the money. They said we overcharged, then we are willing to pay back so much. And that's why then there was that agreement of as we indicated, the amounts that they said they are prepared to pay back to the government. and you could see the list of other the names of other service providers with regard to the PPEs, that the SIU is still pursuing them to also agree to pay back the money to government. We must indicate that out of the 4 service providers, only 2 then acknowledged to pay back the money. But the SIU is still working with the other 2 service providers because they were 4 in all. So I think as time goes by, we'll then see the outcome of the other service providers that provided the PPEs. So we must also highlight the honourable chairperson and honourable members that we have not yet written to the provincial treasury, because I think that's the process in terms of ensuring that they facilitate the blacklisting of those companies that are indicated in the report, because so far there are only 2 that have agreed and with the SIU that they overcharged us. But the rest, the SIU is still investigating the matter because it's not yet finalized. But I'm sure as we appear before Scopa in our next meeting, we would have some progress as far as the blacklisting part is concerned. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I don't know whether there are follow-ups, but it has been a long day. Don't forget today is a special Friday. All of you, irrespective of how far away do you live in Maritzburg, you must sleep at home tonight. You understand the reason? No, it's confused, this honorable member. No, because of the sitting tomorrow, which is virtual, and then, for that reason, don't be confused, honorable member. Honorable Kaula, you seem to have a follow-up.
Yeah, no, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks. I thought there is one issue, Chair. I thought you were going to respond to it, raised by the chairperson of Social Development Portfolio Committee. I just wanted to speak to it to say, even in the House, when the chairperson of Scopa tabled a report, I think on 2 occasions now, she has even the committee has recommended that the Scopa matters, especially investigations, be a standing item at every portfolio committee meeting of every department. In fact, even these reports that we are doing as follow-ups, they do go to all portfolio committees. So maybe the chairperson needs to maybe check with the processes of the legislature. I know because in education, where I also serve, we always receive them. So Scopa does send to all portfolio committees, whatever communication. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, Chair, mine's just a sarcastic comment on the overcharging of the blankets. I mean, I've never heard of anything like that. I mean, only once there's an investigation and it gets out into the media, the businesses realize, we overcharged you. I've never heard of that nonsense.
No, don't be frustrated. Fraud and corruption will appear everywhere. That's why it is the responsibility of government to deal with it, as they were reporting today. So that's what it will be. Now, colleagues, I think we have come to the end of this engagement. We are closing with the following remarks. We are promising you, officials of the government, that further follow-up resolutions will come to you so that you tighten everything before the audits of 2021-2022. Then the second thing that we have to remind ourselves is that it must be the thing of the past that AG raises one and the similar things in the audits. Audits that appeared the previous year, AG comes up with the same issue, and it should be something of the past. That's why they must be confronted head on and be cleared by government departments. On the question of irregular expenditure, we have noted, as Ngometul is indicating, that we are seeing the decline in the Department of Social Development. But what would want Ngomezulu to see as your legacy is that there should be complete elimination of irregular expenditure. We have noted that you might not meet the deadline. I suspect it was set up by the provincial treasury, but you have indicated that by May you would have done the investigation, dealt with consequence management, and then submit to the provincial treasury for condonation. Having said all those, we are all in, sorry? Oh, you have got the something. Why didn't I have that thing in my program? Oh, and I saw it in the program yesterday. So, honorable members, I'm told that there is an AOP that we need to adopt, but I don't see. I think it's Mr. Dlamini who should be just summarizing it for us, or the chairperson will do so, who would be summarizing it for us for adoption. But to you, HOD, thank you very much, and our MEC and the whole team of DSD, thank you very much for being ready to account at all times. So you are invited for refreshments. Because you waited for so long. I hope you know where the refreshments are. If you don't, uzohamba nibuza la ukuthi kuhlatshwe ngakuphi emzini yabantu. Colleagues, we are inviting the Honorable Chairperson of Scopa to make a presentation of the AOP, not forgetting that we received it yesterday. So we went through it, and we hope that she will be speaking to it in a summarized form. Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Chairperson of Scopa in KZN.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thank you very much for very graciously convening the hearings. So, colleagues, in terms of the AOP that we have, which was circulated to you and is now on the screen, what we've got here is the normal, the first page, which has not changed in the sense that we cover firstly our mandate, the 3 areas there, and then we look at the priority areas that we identified. But what you will find is that we have included COVID-19 expenditure audit outcomes and the follow-up on the SIU and Public Service Commission reports, because those are 2 that we also deal with. Those are the last 2 bullets that are in there. And of course, the rest of it is what we would be doing. Irregular, unauthorized, the information technology, material misstatements, consultants, all those matters. Okay. And implementation of consequence management, we've got in there, follow-up responses, and then the 2. Move it down, please, Cabo. Then in terms of the mandate, if you look at the activities, right, the measurable objective and the activity under planning, improved oversight, etc., develop the first draft annual oversight plan for 23-24 for Scopa, and the first final annual oversight plan for Scopa. The indicator, draft AOP, and you'll see that we are on the target date, and 30th of June 2022. And then the second one will be 31st of March 2023, which is next year. Then the next one, in terms of the mandate of oversight, the strategic objective, improved oversight over service delivery targets, etc. The measurable objective, improved oversight over financial management, performance of departments and entities, and then the activities, our hearings on the 21-22 report, and then the follow-up hearings. The performance indicators, the number of reports on the hearings, and the the number of reports on the follow-up hearings, being one each, and the benefit is there. The target dates, 15 November 2022. Now this time we put in dates subject to legislature program because, it doesn't always work out. And then the follow-up we usually do have it in March, so we've targeted there, but of course, it's subject to the program. Move it down, please, Kabo. Okay, then we've also got, considering the reports on irregular and unauthorized expenditure, and those are 2 reports. We've got the schedule of dates there as well, September and March. September 22, March 23, but we will be taking a report from Treasury in April on the condonation process for the irregular expenditure. Then the next one there will be committee meetings to consider responses to resolutions, other outstanding matters. These will be the in-between hearing meetings, and those will be 7. Those are the dates that we have scheduled out there for the year 2022. And then the next one, track committee resolutions as per committee resolutions register, and then it's a number of quarterly reports on the resolutions 4, and then we've got the dates for those. So 4 dates scheduled, 2 in 23, 2 in 22. Okay, Kabo? Okay, then we've got intervention studies and oversight visits. Now, the problem is we've put in 0 because we don't have the researcher. The person provided us did not deliver the goods. So I've asked Kwazi and Kabo to put it as 0. When we get a researcher, we can always amend this. But right now, I don't want to tie us to something we can't do. And although we've got Mr. Mkunu, who's been told that he will assist us, I'm not sure about his time because he's very caught up in finance and in other matters. So we'll have to discuss that. So we'll leave, I'm recommending we put that as 0, although we have actually, Mr. Mkunu and I have had some discussion about what could be a study. But I don't think we should put the target and then be found to be wanting. The same with the oversight visits. The idea here, COVID messed us up. The idea was that we would do 1 or 2 benchmark visits as a minimum with our sister committees in other provinces, Gauteng perhaps, and one other province. But given the COVID restrictions, we haven't done that. But colleagues, that's open for your input as well. Then the next one, legislation and policy. Okay, here we've got, it's basically the bill that we deal with, authorization of unauthorized expenditure bills. That's 1 report per bill, and target date 31st of March 2023. That will be for not the one that's coming up, but for the next one. Okay, improve citizen engagement and participation. Okay, here engage with constitutional and statutory institutions, including the SIU, PSC, HRC, etc. And then we will do a report of that in our hearings, 2 reports, and those are our timeframes, November and March. And then media statements on the activities of the committee, well, that's clear. Empowerment, improved knowledge of Scopa and the activity and best practices, including the understanding of the PFMA annual financial statements. So it's the APAC annual conference, assist in the preparation of conference presentations as requested by APAC, attend APAC Expo, and attend Council of Delegate meetings. We have delegates to the Council of Delegates. Okay, and then performance indicators are a report on attendance and participation in the conference, a report on attendance and participation of delegates in Exco and Council of Delegates. So there's 1 report on attendance, 4 reports, so the target is 4 Exco meetings and 2 Council of Delegates. And those are the deadlines. Then APAC training for Scopa members, okay, we will then report on that because APAC runs training for us and the AG runs training as well. And then the SATCOPAC conference, well, that's there. Target is March 2023, but that will be dependent on the date of the conference. But that's also part of our training because they run workshops in the conference. Okay, and then briefing by the AG to Scopa and regular interactions with Provincial Treasury, briefing by SIU and PSC. Okay, we will determine the number of briefings, but we've got a minimum of 2 with the AG. We've also got a schedule of dates with the SIU and the Public Service Commission that Cabo will confirm. But we'll just put it down there as is and then put it in our reports. Empowerment of committees to form oversight. Okay, these are the scheduled visits and vice versa to relevant institutions, legislatures, and we've got that there. International study tour. I don't know if this is ever going to materialize, but there is one. You know, we were ready for ours. And then, of course, COVID got in the way, but it's down there. Because I think if we can get it, we must get it. In the Chairperson's Committee, there has been some discussion around this. So, Chairperson, colleagues, that's basically our AOP. It's open for colleagues to add, amend, whatever. And once we've done that, we can get a move on second of adoption. Open to you,
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I would want to give the opportunity if there are any additions or subtraction. Or it seems as if you don't have a problem. I would want to check who has got a problem with this AOP of Scopa for 2022-2023. Seems as if there is none. It seems as if there is none.
One amendment, please, Chair, to the AOP.
Sorry, Honourable Member.
One amendment proposal that if the study tours don't take place, that we'll have a study tour in Kokstad as a substitute. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Yes, Honourable Kaula.
Thanks, Chair. No, thanks to the Chairperson for the presentation. I wanted to support this AOP, Chair, but to also put my stamp of approval there on the issue of the visit to a sister portfolio community in the country. That was going to empower us a lot. And now the President has relaxed the conditions, and you can see he is going to keep on relaxing. So let's stay on that, Chair. And the international study tour, stay on that, things are relaxing. But otherwise, I propose that, I move that we accept the AOP, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, honorable members. It looks like we are supporting the AOP, all of us, those who are virtual and those who are physical here. So, Honorable Chairperson, I think you have got the message. The AOP has been unanimously adopted. Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you very much, Mamutlalo. Please recover soon. Let's hope that it's just a flu and an ordinary one. But even if it is COVID, don't stress. That thing, the next Omicron, is not as strong as it was like before. So thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The meeting is closed.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi.
Siyabonga sihlalo.
Siyathokoza.
Awusiyeke ngokuthokoza manje. Siyabonga. Asithokoze.
Siyathokoza. Makaye.
Usithokozile.
Makaye mnganami, siyathokoza.